Chapter 684, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _4. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Shen, her face pale. As long as I don't have to go home, anywhere will do. Zhao Shen stayed silent for a while, ultimately choosing to drive away. Eventually, Zhao Shen parked in front of a villa with Lin Feng. Zhao Shen was truly wealthy. This villa was just one of many properties he owned. Looking at the luxurious villa, a determined expression flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Zhao Shen led Lin Feng inside, where a servant immediately greeted them, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Shen nodded in acknowledgement. The servant looked up and was taken aback to see that the person accompanying Mr. Zhao this time was not Mrs. Zhao. Despite her surprise, the servant didn't show it. She was just a servant, her job was to perform her duties properly. Zhao Shen took Lin Feng to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. If you don't want to go home, you can stay here for the night. There are clothes in the closet, but they are all in Furong size. If you don't mind, feel free to change into one. Lin Feng didn't say a word, her eyes cast down. She wanted to take a gamble. Just as Zhao Shen was about to turn and leave, she suddenly stood up and hugged Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen, I don't want to stay here temporarily, I want to live here forever. Also, I want the wardrobe to be filled with our clothes. Zhao Shen stiffened. After a long pause, he gently unclenched Lin Feng's hands. I'm sorry, we can't do this. I only love Furong. It's alright. I don't mind who you love, as long as you know I love you, Lin Feng said. As long as you're willing to be with me, I don't mind being nameless. Wuxia World. Sight Wuxia World. Sight Lin Feng's love was humble. She knew that she would only earn Zhao Shen's sympathy and pity by showing her humility. She was not Shangguan Furong, who was messing around with Zhao Shen's feelings just because he liked her. No. Zhao Shen coldly pushed Lin Feng away. What we are doing is wrong. Lin Feng looked at Zhao Shen and asked, Are you afraid of Shangguan Furong? Her words were like a catalyst, instantly igniting Zhao Shen's desire for revenge. Why should he fear Shangguan Furong? Lin Feng walked over. We are both pitiful people, why don't we rely on each other for warmth? This time, Zhao Shen didn't reject Lin Feng, but instead embraced her. Somewhere along the line, someone turned off the light in the bedroom, leaving everything enveloped in darkness. In Beijing, it was customary for a bride-to-be to spend 3 nights at her groom's home after the engagement. She could only return home after 3 days. Ni Yang didn't want to remain as the third wheel. Moreover, she had workers to supervise at home, hence, she didn't stay. Shangguan Dehui arranged for transportation to send the other villagers back. Ni Yang, however, rode in Mo Qishan's car. Yang. Mo Qishan, eyes focused on the road ahead, asked in a seemingly casual way. What's up? Ni Yang tilted her head slightly. Are you brave? Mo Qishan asked back. Ni Yang nodded, quite. After all, what was there to be afraid of for someone who had experienced death before? Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Mo Qishan's eyes as he continued, Yang, are you afraid of ghosts? No. Ni Yang shook her head. Why do other girls fear ghosts, but you don't? Questioned Mo Qishan. Ni Yang laughed, Brother Mo, if you have something to say, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Mo Qishan cleared his throat and said simply, well, I'm saying, if you're afraid of being at home alone, I can stay with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Qishan added, Yang, don't misunderstand, I'm just worried you might be scared. Ni Yang squinted her eyes. Are you harboring ulterior motives? I'm not. Yang, don't slander me. Mo Qishan's ears turned red. Tsk. Ni Yang reached out to pinch his ear. Look at you, pretending to be a gentleman. Boss, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Focus on driving, don't think about unnecessary things. Ni Yang sat up straight, turned on the car stereo, and a light song immediately filled the air. The tips of the peach leaves are sharp, the willow leaves cover the sky, listen to my words, O Emperor Ming. This song, Exploring the Clearwater River, was a narrative song popular in Beijing. Ni Yang remembered that in her previous life, a handsome young man turned this narrative song into a pop hit. Chapter 685, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _5. At this moment in the 80s, hearing this ancient song again gave a sense of being transported through time and space. Ni Yang hummed along to it as she listened. Her voice was clear and melodious. When she hummed a tune, it carried an indescribable charm, like a gentle breeze in April, cleansing souls and refreshing minds. Mo Qishan glanced her way, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Even though he had slowed down, they quickly arrived at Jinghua village. Ni Yang got out of the car. Mo Qishan accompanied her to the entrance of the Ni family courtyard. Yang, remember to be safe when you're alone at home at night. Don't open the door to strangers, he cautioned. Ni Yang laughed and said, Isn't Aunt Ni next door? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Mo Qishan hugged her. His eyes spoke of his reluctance to leave. Ni Yang returned his hug and said, Brother Mo, to be honest, I'm quite scared. Why don't you stay and protect me? Even though society was conservative concerning male-female relationships, inviting a man to stay for the night was quite daring. But Ni Yang trusted Mo Qishan. Despite sometimes being mischievous, Mo Qishan was an uncommonly honorable man. Really? Mo Qishan's eyes lit up. Wuxia world. Sight, really? Ni Yang nodded. They both went inside the house together. Ni Yang prepared the next room for him. Brother Mo, you can stay here tonight. There's a bathroom in the room. Okay. Mo Qishan nodded in agreement. That night, Mo Qishan had the most restful sleep ever. The next morning, Mo Qishan was up before dawn. Since Ni Tsuihua was not home, he would take up the responsibility of caring for Ni Yang. He wanted to prepare a surprise for Ni Yang. Mo Qishan quietly went downstairs to the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to make breakfast. The kitchen of the Ni family was designed by Ni Yang. On one side, there was a simple, Western-style gas stove. On the other side, there was a traditional Chinese stove for burning firewood. Under normal circumstances, both Ni Yang and Ni Tsuihua used the traditional stove, as food cooked over a wood fire was much tastier than that cooked on a gas stove. After a bit of thought, Mo Qishan decided to use the traditional stove. Mo Qishan had not known how to cook before. He had never even been inside a kitchen. However, after spending so much time with Ni Yang and often being her assistant, he gradually learned to cook. Mo Qishan opened the refrigerator. There was pork, tomatoes, leeks, greens and other ingredients inside. So, he decided to make pork and chive-filled dumplings for breakfast and tomato and vegetable noodles. From what he observed, Ni Yang loved noodles. Like Ni Yang, Mo Qishan was a man of action and started cooking immediately. Packing dumplings was not difficult, Ni Yang had taught him before. Though his dumplings didn't look as good as Ni Yang's, they were decent. As the minutes and seconds passed, the light outside grew brighter, and a streak of golden morning light shone through the window. When Ni Yang came down the stairs, she saw an apron-wrapped man, who usually exuded a chill aura, busily bustling around the stove. From Ni Yang's perspective, she had a perfect view of his sharp yet beautiful side profile. His thin lips were a barely visible line. He was deeply focused on cutting the tomatoes. His hands were very beautiful, clean, tidy, the joints well-defined, symmetrical and long. He was merely cutting tomatoes, but he did it with the authority of a powerful ruler. He who excels in study can follow an official career. He who excels in martial arts can become a guard. Ni Yang found this phrase fitting for Mo Qishan. Brother Mo. Ni Yang went to Mo Qishan's side. Yang. Mo Qishan looked surprised. How did you wake up so early? The food won't be ready for a while. Ni Yang laughed. Maybe I should take over. Cooking isn't really a man's job. Gender equality has long been recognized. Who said that the kitchen necessarily belonged to girls? Mo Chishan continued, "Boss, your thinking is not advanced enough." Mo Chishan used to believe that a kitchen was not a place for a man. A man should be ambitious and can't allow himself to be confined to the kitchen. But ever since he met Ni Yang, let alone cooking in the kitchen, even if he had to scrub clothes or clean the toilet, he had not a single complaint. Ni Yang laughed lightly. All right, your thinking is advanced. Anyway, what's for breakfast?" "There are steamed dumplings, and tomato noodles." Mo Chishan continued, "Is there anything special you want to eat? I can make it for you." Chapter 686, Breaking News. _1 Lady Zhao never complained. Even if she did have any complaints, she dared not to voice them. After eating a few donuts, Shangguan Furong spoke again. "Also, the porridge today doesn't seem as thick as yesterday's. Mom, did you wake up late this morning?" Upon hearing this, Lady Zhao, who was holding a donut, immediately stopped. Last night, she had spent almost the entire night in the Buddha Hall, indeed waking up a bit later than usual this morning. Could it be? Had Shangguan Furong noticed something? A chill ran down Lady Zhao's spine. She raised her head to glance at Shangguan Furong before saying, "Sure, I'll pay more attention tomorrow morning." Shangguan Furong nodded contentedly. And I want to eat crystal pan-fried dumplings for breakfast tomorrow." It seemed Shangguan Furong hadn't noticed anything, thus Lady Zhao let out a sigh of relief. After finishing breakfast, Shangguan Furong took out a tissue, elegantly wiped her mouth. "By the way, where's Zhao Shen?" Lady Zhao flinched but quickly tried to regain her composure. He had something to do and went out." "Oh." Shangguan Furong nodded, paying it no further thought. "I'm going over to my mom's." Today was Ni Kuihua's first day at the Shangguans. Naturally, she had to go and check on her. Otherwise, what standing would she have in the Shangguan household in the future? Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. Ko Ni Tsuehua was a new daughter-in-law, and as such, she should serve her a cup of tea. She missed the opportunity last night, but this morning, she would definitely put Ni Tsuehua in her place. "Sure." Lady Zhao stood up and escorted Shangguan Furong to the door. Seeing Shangguan Furong's disappearing figure, a layer of fine sweat formed on Lady Zhao's forehead. Just as Shangguan Furong left, Zhao Shen drove in. A ray of light flashed in Lady Zhao's eyes, and she went up to meet him at once. "Shen Bao." "Mom." Zhao Shen got out of the car. Zhao Shen glanced at Lady Zhao. "Mom." Lady Zhao waved her hand. "Don't say anything, I understand." "Have you had breakfast yet?" Zhao Shen shook his head. Lady Zhao replied, "Come in and have a meal then, the soup is still hot." "Okay." Zhao Shen nodded and followed Lady Zhao inside. Lady Zhao served Zhao Shen some porridge. Zhao Shen looked around the dining room. "Where's Furong?" "She went to her mother's house." Lady Zhao replied. Zhao Shen lowered his head to drink a spoonful of porridge. "Furong, she didn't find out anything, did she?" "No." Lady Zhao shook her head. "That's good." Zhao Shen sighed in relief. "Mom, the porridge you make is really delicious." His mood had improved. Even the plain porridge tasted better. Lady Zhao replied, "You have a sweet tongue. A moment ago, Furong thought my porridge wasn't thick enough." Zhao Shen paused while drinking his porridge. Lady Zhao was now 78 years old, an age when one should be enjoying the tranquility of life, yet she had to endure the displeasure of her daughter-in-law. Despite having maids at home, Lady Zhao had to make breakfast every morning because Shangguan Furong preferred her cooking. It was forgivable that Shangguan Furong didn't express gratitude, but her complaints were unacceptable. It was his fault for not being filial. Lady Zhao, as if sensing Zhao Shen's concerns, laughed and said, "Shen Bao, you don't need to worry about me. As we age, waking up early and moving around to exercise is good for our bodies. People are like machines, if we don't move, we rust. Is it not just making breakfast? I've dealt with much worse when I was young." In her youth, she endured hardship, now, when life has improved, she is still facing hardship. Upon hearing this, Zhaoshen felt worse. He quickly finished a bowl of porridge and ran upstairs saying, "Mom, I'm full." As Lady Zhao watched Zhaoshen's retreating figure, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. After so many years, it was time for Zhaoshen to stand up for himself. Shangguan Furong arrived at the Shangguans. Lady Shangguan was in the living room, playing with little Ni Yun. "Mom, where are my brother and Dia?" Shangguan Furong had been in the house for quite some time, and she hadn't seen Ni Tsuehua, this newlywed, come forward to greet her. How rude. Lady Shangguan peeled a grape for little Ni Yun. They went out to watch a movie. It was currently the 11th month of the lunar calendar, and due to limited preservation technology, grapes were rare and difficult to buy, even for the wealthy. Shangguan Furong was shocked when she saw Lady Shangguan feeding little Ni Yun grapes. Did a child with no blood relation really deserve such good treatment from Lady Shangguan? Shangguan Furong noticed that Lady Shangguan treated little Ni Yun no different from her own grandchildren, Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing. Chapter 687, Breaking News. _2. But Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing are her own great-grandchildren, can they be compared? Lady Shangguan really can't seem to prioritize. They went to watch a movie and left you alone at home to take care of the child? Yes. Lady Shangguan nodded. Our little Yun Yun is so well-behaved and obedient. Yun Yun, call Auntie. Auntie, little Ni Yun crisply called. Shangguan Furong ignored little Ni Yun and continued, Why? Why do they go out to have fun and leave you alone at home to take care of the child? A child that has no blood relation with the Shangguan family. Shangguan Furong is now filled with anger. Because I really like little Yun Yun. Lady Shangguan picked up little Ni Yun and decided to ignore Shangguan Furong. She really loved little Ni Yun a lot. Usually, Shangguan Dehui rarely came home, and Shangguan Su and Shangguan Shi only returned on holidays. She was very bored alone at home, often just sitting on the sofa in a daze. But now it was different. Now she had little Ni Yun. Little Ni Yun was like a pistachio. With her company, Lady Shangguan felt she had grown a lot younger. Does she still go by the surname Ni? Continued Shangguan Furong. Lady Shangguan frowned slightly. Furong, can't you worry less? Mom, do you really think we're charitable, raising other people's children? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Shangguan Furong crossed her arms. Little Ni Yun didn't understand what the adults were saying and blinked curiously. Lady Shangguan hugged little Ni Yun tightly. Yun Yun, do you want to swing and slide in the back garden with Grandma? So that little Ni Yun could have more fun, Lady Shangguan had splurged to bring in a slide from another town. Sure. Little Ni Yun nodded. Lady Shangguan didn't bother with Shangguan Furong anymore. She took little Ni Yun to the back garden. Shangguan Furong watched Lady Shangguan's retreating figure, shook her head helplessly, and went to the master bedroom on the second floor. This was the room where Shangguan Dehui and Ni Tsuehua stayed last night. Shangguan Furong pushed open the door. The room was arranged very warmly, with a red scarf hanging on the coat rack. Shangguan Furong pushed open the bathroom door. A row of skincare products was set on the wash basin, all of which were the supreme edition of Icy Skin Jade. Without thinking, she knew that these skincare products belonged to Ni Tsuehua. With Ni Kuihua's status as a country woman, did she deserve such high-quality things? Shangguan Furong frowned, picked up a bottle of essence milk, and sniffed it. The supreme edition seemed to smell much better than the regular edition. Ni Tsuehua was just a peasant woman. Where did she get the money to buy Icy Skin Jade? Without having to think, she knew these cosmetics must have been given to her by Shangguan Dehui. Stealing was not Shangguan Furong's style. But using it shouldn't be a problem, right? After all, this was bought with the Shangguan family's money. Shangguan Furong turned on the faucet and washed her face carefully with face wash, followed by lotion and essential oils. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she felt this supreme edition was much better than the regular edition. She didn't even get to buy such a good thing. How come Enai got to benefit? Shangguan Furong looked at herself in the mirror and frowned slightly. By now, she had forgotten that Enai once gave her a box of the Supreme Edition Icy Skin Jade. She didn't cherish it and even questioned it as a fake, which embarrassed Enai. Shangguan Furong then opened the door of the neighboring cabinet. This cabinet was filled with perfumes and shampoos. But more importantly, Shangguan Furong found another box of extra Supreme Edition Icy Skin Jade. People queue up and couldn't buy it, but Enai had one for herself and another one to spare. Was this set of Icy Skin Jade meant to please her? Shangguan Furong narrowed her eyes and reached out to take the gift box. It took her a while before she put the gift box back. Even if Enai wanted to please her, she wouldn't accept Enai so easily. Unless Enai was willing to willingly change Enai Yang's and Enai Yun's surnames to Shangguan. Otherwise, she would never accept Enai. Shangguan Furong looked around the room for a while, then went downstairs. Furong, what were you doing upstairs? Asked Lady Shangguan, hugging little Enai Yun as she came in from outside. Shangguan Furong said, Mom, what a strange question. This is my home. Isn't there anywhere I'm not allowed to go? Chapter 688, Breaking News. _3. That's not what I meant. The old lady Shangguan continued, your brother and Dia are very happy together, and you, as a sister, should offer blessings, not create chaos. I know. Shangguan Furong replied. Old lady Shangguan went on, and, I have to repeat, keep an eye on Lin Fang. You're so stubborn, and it will be your downfall. Shangguan Furong laughed and said, Mother, you've been saying this all the time. Have you ever considered my feelings? Lin Fang is my best friend. I trust her just as you trust Dia. How would you feel if I continuously spoke ill of Dia in front of you? Shangguan Furong and Lin Fang were very good friends now, and she didn't believe Lin Fang would do anything to harm her. Old lady Shangguan sighed, I'm just saying, whether you listen or not is up to you. Shangguan Furong originally planned to stay at the Shangguan family until Enai returned. After all, Enai still had the ice skin jade to give her. But she waited until the afternoon, and Enai had not returned yet. Shangguan Furong no longer had the patience to wait. She planned to play cards with the rich ladies. Now that she had a membership card for Gustianxiang, she naturally went to the third floor of Gustianxiang to play cards. Not far from the Shangguan household, Shangguan Furong ran into Lin Fang. Sister Furong, where are you going? To play cards. Shangguan Furong answered. Lin Fang said with envy, having a loving husband is really different. Unlike me, I can only play on my rest days. Where would I find the time to play otherwise? Shangguan Furong laughed smugly, so, it's not only about finding a good husband for a woman but also having the ability to manage the family. Lin Fang nodded, you're right, Sister Furong. I'm envious of capable women like you. I'm simply not like that. Shangguan Furong patted Lin Fang's hand, these things can't be forced. Lin Fang seemed envious on the surface but was scoffing inside. What did Shangguan Furong have to be so smug about? Did she know that Zhao Shen had already betrayed her? It wouldn't be long before Zhao Shen would discard Shangguan Furong like trash. Lin Fang continued, Sister Furong, can I accompany you to play cards and broaden my horizons? Shangguan Furong agreed without a second thought because Lin Fang made such a thoughtful request. The two went to the VIP room on the third floor of Gustianxiang. Lin Fang said, thanks to Sister Furong, it's my first time in such a sophisticated place. Shangguan Furong turned around in surprise, but isn't the membership card from you? Lin Fang laughed a little, then said, Sister Furong, how can I afford such an expensive membership card? Someone gave it to me too. With my status, if you weren't with me, I wouldn't be in such a place. Only you, Sister Furong, can use this membership card. Lin Fang's flattery made Shangguan Furong very happy. As soon as they opened the door of the VIP room, Jia Zhenjin, Zhao Yiyun, and another rich lady had already arrived. Shangguan Furong introduced Lin Fong to everyone. "Hello, sisters, I am Lin Fong. Please take care of me in the future." Take care of me in the future? That could be interesting. The other three exchanged glances, all seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Lin Fong had excellent social skills, and through her flattery, she quickly became accepted within this inner circle. That evening, Shangguan Furong brought Lin Fong back to the Zhao family. When Zhao Shen saw Lin Fong, he was slightly surprised and seemed somewhat unnatural. This was not Lin Fang's first time at the Zhao family. However, considering what had transpired between the two of them the night before, their encounter now was somewhat awkward. "What are you waiting for? Go make some tea for Lin Fong." Shangguan Furong rolled her eyes at Zhao Shen. Shangguan Furong was deliberately showing off her status in the family in front of Lin Fong. Little did she know, it's crucial to save face for a man in front of outsiders. Lin Fong swiftly took the teapot from Zhao Shen's hands, her fingers brushing against his palm. She smiled and asked, "Why would we need brother-in-law for this? I can do it myself." "Sister Furong, do you like sugar in your tea?" Shangguan Furong, who was accustomed to domineering and others' compliance, failed to notice anything amiss. "No, I like pure green tea." "All right." Lin Fong went to make the tea. Chapter 689, Breaking News. _4. Old Lady Zhao stood in front of the carved railing on the third floor, watching everything below, her lips curling upward slightly. All peacetime is born out of the ashes of warfare, it applies to a family as well. Only after experiencing war can one truly understand peace. Otherwise, some people would simply not know how to cherish it. In the evening, Lin Fong stayed for dinner at the Zhao's. All was tranquil at the dinner table, but under it, Lin Fong discreetly kicked Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen, taken aback, looked up, only to see Lin Fang's smiling face. Fearing that Shangguan Furong would notice, he quickly resumed eating. "You guys carry on, I'm going to the restroom." Lin Fong put down her chopsticks and headed towards the restroom. "I'm off for a smoke." Zhao Shen also left the table. As soon as he stepped out of the dining room, someone gently grabbed his wrist. The pair slipped into the storeroom at the end of the corridor. "I missed you." In the darkness, they embraced tightly. Across the hallway and around the corner was the dining room, where Shangguan Furong was finishing her meal. She was unaware that her husband and her good friend were in a tight embrace on the other side of the wall. What an irony. After a while, they showed up in the dining room one after the other. After dinner, Lin Fong suggested leaving. To emphasize her status within the Zhao family, Shangguan Furong said, "Zhao Shen, drive Lin Fong home." Is it appropriate?" Zhao Shen hesitated. Shangguan Furong's face turned cold. "Do as you're told." "Enough of your nonsense." Zhao Shen nodded silently, picked up the car keys, and left. Lin Fong laughed. "Sister Furong, you really know how to handle your brother-in-law. Piece of cake." Lin Fong looked extremely pleased. The next morning, Shangguan Furong made another visit to the Shangguan house. As she entered the Shangguan's courtyard, she ran into Ni Tsuehua escorting Su Lian out of the entrance. "Furong." Ni Tsuehua took the initiative to greet her. Shangguan Furong responded indifferently with a nod. She was still bothered about Ni Kuihua's status. If it wasn't for Shangguan Dihui's infatuation, Ni Tsuehua wouldn't be able to set foot inside the Shangguan residence. At this moment, Shangguan Furong noticed that Su Lian was holding a box of the Supreme Edition Ice Skin Jade Beauty. Wasn't that Ice Skin Jade Beauty something Ni Tsuehua used to curry favor with her? Then why was it now taken away by Su Lian? Shangguan Furong felt extraordinarily upset, as if her precious possession had been stolen. Could it be that Ni Tsuehua had prepared two sets? One for Su Lian and the other for her? Lucky Su Lian, despite having nothing to do with the Shangguan family, still managed to gain a benefit here. Shangguan Furong went in with Ni Tsuehua. She waited a long time, had lunch at the Shangwan's, but until dinner time when she left, Tsuehua didn't present her with the Supreme Edition Ice Skin Jade Beauty. What's going on? Could it be that Tsuehua had forgotten? Asking for things directly was not Shangwan Furong style. She had ways to make Tsuehua obediently give them to her. Suppressing her rage, Shangwan Furong left the Shangwans and made Zhao Shen sleep in the study that night. Today was the 14th of November, Mo Kishan's birthday. Yang got up early in the morning. She put on a plain white cheongsam, threw a maroon coat over it, grabbed the gift she had prepared, greeted Tsuehua, and left the house. Yet, Yang didn't go directly to Missouri Kishan's place. Instead, she rode her bicycle to the rose garden. Jinghua village had almost 300 acres of rose fields. Since it was winter, the rose garden was covered with plastic sheets to form a greenhouse. There was straw on the outside of the greenhouse to keep the interior warm. Even though it was deep winter, the greenhouse was filled with fiery red roses, an exquisite sight. Yang, why have you come so early? Auntie Lin, who was looking after the greenhouse, was surprised to see Yang. Yang parked her bike and smiled. Auntie Lin, I've come to pick some roses. This patch of roses belonged to Auntie Lin's family. Ever since they planted roses, Auntie Lin had made 200 or 300 yuan. Seeing Yang was like seeing the god of wealth for her. She laughed saying, come in, it's cold outside. Feel free to pick whatever roses you like from the garden. Generally, they would pick roses, weigh them, and deliver them to the Ni family. Yang personally coming over most likely meant she wanted to pick a few roses to put in a vase back home. Just typical of a girl who loved flowers and plants. Yang went inside with Auntie Lin. Chapter 690, Breaking News. _5. Aunt Lin handed Yang a pair of scissors. Yang, just cut whichever one you fancy, don't stand on ceremony with me. Thank you, Aunt Lin. Yang took the scissors and picked out the roses with the most attractive buds, cutting 36 roses. Then, Yang took out 3 colored pieces of plastic paper and a red string from her bag to wrap the roses. Just a bit of wrapping paper dramatically elevated the roses' appeal. Aunt Lin was amazed. Yang, you're truly impressive. Yang laughed. Aunt Lin, it's the roses that are beautiful to begin with. After wrapping the roses, Yang took out a yuan coin from her pocket and gave it to Aunt Lin. She paid 3 cents per pound for the roses in the village. With 36 roses, including branches and leaves, it was about 2 to 3 pounds. Aunt Lin refused to take Yang's money. It's just a few roses, Yang. If you insist on paying, wouldn't that belittle me? Yang laughed and said, this is what you make a living from, and I can't just take it for free. Please keep the money, otherwise, I won't have the nerve to come over and pick roses next time. Unable to refuse Yang, Aunt Lin reluctantly took the money. Just 1 yuan is too much. These flowers weigh at most 2 pounds. Yang, you must take the change, no matter what. Yang took the change, picked up the roses, and rode her bike to the urban area. Mo Chishan no longer lives at the Mo family home, but in his own villa. Yang rode her bike to Mo Kishan's villa and rang the doorbell. Mo Chishan was not a morning person. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning, and the doorbell woke him up, leaving him in a terrible mood. Who could be at the door? His servants hadn't started working yet, and he didn't like to have strangers stay over, so he had to answer the door himself. Mo Kishan's face was taut, and his thin lips were almost a straight line as he climbed out of bed and threw off the duvet. A strong, intimidating aura radiated from him. A disgruntled boss is not a good thing. When Mo Chishan opened the door with his frosty demeanor, he was met with a bouquet of fiery red roses. Ta! Happy birthday, brother Mo. A face as beautiful as a painting emerged from behind the bouquet. Contrary to the adage, she even put the roses to shame. Instantly, Mo Chishan lost all his temper. He picked up Yang and asked, Yang, how did you know today is my birthday? Yang, holding the roses in one hand and wrapping her other arm around Mo Kishan's neck, responded, didn't you know I can predict the future? Yang, you're brilliant. Mo Chishan, overjoyed, spun Yang around several times. No one but his parents had ever genuinely remembered his birthday. At this moment, denying his feelings would be a lie. Yang, thank you. Mo Chishan hugged Yang tightly. Why are you talking nonsense? Yang returned, smiling. By the way, brother Mo, besides the roses, I prepared another mysterious gift for you. Can you guess what it is? Mo Chishan rubbed his nose. A tie? No. Yang shook her head. Clothes? Yang continued shaking her head. Perhaps shoes? Yang still shook her head. Despite guessing several items, Mo Chishan got them all wrong. Yang sighed, brother Mo, you're truly hopeless. Mo Chishan shamelessly responded, I'm dumb, and you're smart, we complement each other perfectly. Only then did Yang produce a gift she had started preparing months prior. Do you like it? It was a wine-colored knitted scarf. Although it didn't look too attractive, it was warm. I love it. Mo Chishan nodded hastily. Yang, did you make this yourself? Yang smiled faintly. Finally, a smart guess. It was her first time knitting a scarf. It took over a month of undoing and redoing the knitting to finally finish it. Oddly, she usually picks up things quickly, but knitting scarves was not one of them. Help me put it on. Sure. Yang nodded, picked up the scarf, stood on tiptoes, and said, just bend down a little. Mo Chishan bent down as instructed, and Yang effortlessly put the scarf around his neck. But at that moment, a cool touch suddenly grazed the corner of her lips. The scent of tobacco filled her nostrils. Light and pleasant. Just as sudden, he released her. Yang headed towards the kitchen. Brother Mo, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll do it. Mo Chishan followed Yang's footsteps. Mo Chishan felt that as long as he was there, Yang shouldn't be cooking alone. You're the birthday boy today, how could I let you cook? I'll do it. Yang pushed Mo Chishan towards the door. Quickly go upstairs and get changed. Once you're dressed, we can eat. Chapter 691, All the Stars Surround the Moon, Infinite Scenery _6. Yang shook her head, no, I just like steamed dumplings and tomato noodles. Brother Mo, you've worked hard. I've worked so hard, shouldn't you reward me a little? Here's a reward for you, a piece of tomato. Yang casually picked up a piece of cut tomato and stuffed it into Mo Chishan's mouth. Mo Chishan, what he actually wanted was a good morning kiss. The Shengguan family. Today is Kuihua's first morning at the Shengguan family's house. Although she didn't go to bed until very late last night, she still woke up early in the morning. Today is her first day staying over at the Shengguans. If she were to oversleep, it might not make a great impression. Tsuhua pulled away the covers and quietly got out of bed, when Shengguan Dehui beside her suddenly woke up. Why are you up so early? Tsuhua blushed momentarily, it's already past 7. Sleep a little longer, continued Shengguan Dehui, you can rest assured, our family doesn't have strict rules. If you get up too early, it might make my mom feel like she did something wrong. Shengguan Dehui didn't give Tsuhua a chance to hesitate. When Tsuhua woke up again, it was already past 10 in the morning. Sunlight shone in from outside the window, and a tall man was standing at the foot of her bed, getting dressed, first the dress shirt, then the wool sweater. Tsuhua watched all this happening, then looked out the window again, and suddenly felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't even have dreamed that her life in Beijing would take such a drastic turn. Up already? At this moment, Shengguan Dehui suddenly turned around. Tsuhua was caught off guard at first, then she said, Shengguan Dehui took a few steps forward. Do you want to get up now, or sleep a little longer? I'll get up now. Tsuhua answered. Shengguan Dehui took out clothes from the cabinet for her. I'll wait for you to go downstairs together. Okay, Enai nodded. Then she took the clothes to the bathroom to change. After changing and taking care of her skin, she emerged from the bathroom about 20 minutes later. She was wearing a high-necked wool sweater inside a gray-blue down jacket, which made her look very stylish and much younger than she actually was. They both went downstairs together. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw Lady Shangwan leading little Enai inside from outside. The old and the young got along very well. In fact, little Enai had spent last night with Lady Shangwan. Mom, they both greeted Lady Shangwan in unison. According to the local customs, they should start addressing her differently after the engagement. Shangwan's old lady walked up to them smiling happily and satisfied. Good. Mama, seeing Enai, little Enai very coolly greeted her. Yun, Enai walked over and picked up little Enai. Daddy, hold me. Little Enai stretched out his hand to Shangwan Dehui. Shangwan Dehui took little Enai from Enai Huihua's arms. Old Lady Shangwan looked at the harmonious scene in front of her, beaming with satisfaction. She then said, breakfast is ready, let's go have breakfast. Also, Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi have gone to work, Dia, don't mind. Enai laughed and said, it's okay, work is important. She usually gets along well with the kids and doesn't overthink things, because she knows Xiaoxiu and Xiaoxi aren't those kinds of people. Meanwhile, elsewhere, when Zhaoshen woke up, he could hardly believe what had happened last night, but the sight of Lin Feng lying next to him reminded him that the events were not a dream. He really did something that would let Shangwan Furong down. He didn't know what he had been thinking last night, but now, he was deeply regretful. What should he do now? How should he face Shangwan Furong? Just then, Lin Feng suddenly reached out and hugged him. Do you regret it? When did Lin Feng wake up? Zhao Shen was taken aback. Lin Feng continued, I don't regret it. After a pause, she said, if you do regret it, we can pretend that nothing happened. Don't worry, I won't pester you. With that, Lin Feng let go of Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen opened his mouth, suddenly at a loss for words, as he didn't know what to say at the moment. Rest assured, I keep my word, Lin Feng continued. I'll compensate you, Zhao Shen finally said after a long pause. The only thing he could do now was to compensate Lin Feng. I don't want your compensation, said Lin Feng. Zhao Shen, do you know? I really envy Sister Furong. I envy her for having such a good husband like you. The universe is really playing a joke on us. She has you, but she doesn't know how to cherish you. I want to cherish you, but I can't have you. Her tone was full of mockery by the end of it. Xiaolin, you, Zhao Shen closed his eyes, then continued, we can't continue making mistakes. Lin Feng turned around to look at Zhao Shen. Is love a mistake too? Zhao Shen fell silent. Lin Feng let out a sigh, raised the blanket and got out of bed, picked up the clothes from the floor and started to put them on one by one. Then she picked up Zhao Shen's clothes. Do you want to get up now? I can help you. Zhao Shen took his clothes. I can do it myself. But I want to help you. Lin Feng helped Zhao Shen get dressed and put on his socks, even helped him put on his shoes and tie his shoelaces. Did Sister Furong ever help you like this? No, of course not. Such a domineering person like Shangwan Furong, when did she ever lower her head? In their relationship, Zhao Shen was the one who always made the sacrifice. Zhao Shen never knew that not having to give all the time could be so enjoyable. All of a sudden, it seemed like he wasn't that regretful anymore. After all, Shangwan Furong acted out of line first. Lin Feng was sweet and considerate, much more so than Shangwan Furong. Seeing Zhao Shen's changing expressions, Lin Feng smiled smugly. Then Lin Feng continued, this is probably the first time I helped you, and it will also be the last time. I won't go to your house again, and I won't go to find Sister Furong. These words were a catalyst. Zhao Shen looked at Lin Feng and said very firmly, I don't regret. That's right. He didn't regret it. Shangwan Furong didn't even notice that Zhao Shen didn't return home last night. In fact, over the years, she had just been living her life carelessly, and never cared for Zhao Shen at all. Mom, these fried dough sticks seem a bit old. Because Shangguan Furong loved the fried dough sticks made by Lady Zhao, every morning's breakfast was personally prepared by her. The old lady was getting old and couldn't bear the kitchen fumes, but Shangguan Furong didn't appear to care about these things, she only cared about her own enjoyment. Chapter 692, Breaking News. _6. Mo Qishan was led upstairs by Ni Yang. In the kitchen, Ni Yang prepared to cook some longevity noodles. Soon, a bowl of tasty longevity noodles was ready. The accompaniments included an egg, some greens, with a rich pork broth that made everything so delicious. Just as Ni Yang had set the longevity noodles on the table, Mo Qishan, having changed his clothes, came down from upstairs. Brother Mo, come and eat. Yang, aren't you eating? Mo Qishan saw only one bowl of longevity noodles on the table. I already ate at home. Ni Yang said. Mo Qishan went to the kitchen and got another pair of chopsticks. Yang, shall we eat together? Ni Yang, although already full, nodded, sure. This was a small pleasure unique to couples. Such moments would be sweet memories in their old age. After breakfast, the two washed the dishes together and played around for a while, before heading to the Mo family. Mo Qishan biked with her. Yang, don't we look like a young couple going home to visit parents on a holiday? Mr. Mo, please have some shame. Ni Yang was nestled against him. I never said I would marry you. Mo Qishan laughed and looked into the distance. No problem, I can marry you instead. Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. You're good with being a live-in son-in-law? Mo Qishan nodded seriously, yes. As long as Ni Yang was willing to marry him, let alone accepting the role of live-in son-in-law, even if he had to go through hell and back, he would not hesitate. Live-in son-in-law? What's that? A piece of cake. Ni Yang stroked her chin. I'll think about it. Boss, when can you give me an answer? Mo Qishan asked again. Depends on the mood. Ni Yang replied. The sun gradually rose higher, the golden warmth filled the earth, even the chilly wind became more bearable. Before long, they arrived at the Mo family's villa. The two of them walked in hand. Mo's grandmother immediately ran out to hug Ni Yang. Yang is here. Today was Mo Qishan's birthday. The elderly couple knew that Ni Yang would certainly come home with Mo Qishan, so they had been waiting at home early. Auntie. At the side, Mo Qishan might as well have turned into a mass of unattended air. There was a time when he was his grandma's precious child too, but ever since Ni Yang appeared, he had become a worthless piece of metal. Even his grandfather chose to selectively ignore Mo Qishan. Yang, isn't it cold outside? Come here, I made a special milk tea for you, have a taste and see if it's good? What do you mean you made it? I handmade those pearls in it. Grandma Mo was displeased with Grandpa Mo claiming all the credit. If it weren't for me, the milk tea would have been burnt long ago. Mo Qishan, boil milk tea and make pearls? He never knew his parents were so versatile. Upon the enthusiastic invitation by Grandpa and Grandma Mo, Ni Yang ended up drinking 2 whole cups of milk tea. Downstairs was bustling. Mo Baichuan was standing on the 3rd floor, a trace of sarcasm crept up on his face. Cousin, isn't that Ni Yang? And the person sitting next to Ni Yang, isn't that your 6th uncle? Xiao Yingying asked uncertainly. Mo Qishan often stayed away from home, and Xiao Yingying hadn't met him, she had only heard of his reputation. However, she had seen Ni Yang once at the Mo family last time. Yes. Mo Baichuan nodded. Xiao Yingying then asked, is that the loser? Mo Baichuan nodded again. Xiao Yingying looked disgustingly downward. Even if he's a loser, why are your grandparents so happy? Normally, if a family has a loser son, wouldn't it be cause for sadness? Xiao Yingying was somewhat confused. Mo Baichuan explained, my 6th uncle is their youngest child. Usually, the youngest one is the most cherished. Xiao Yingying nodded. By the way, cousin, when are you going to take me to meet Mr. Mog? She had been staying in the Mo family for quite some time but hadn't met anyone who could be Mr. Mogg yet. She had asked Grandpa and Grandma Mo about him, but both of them said they didn't know. And it didn't seem like they were pretending. Mo Baichuan then said, "You go down and greet them." Xiao Yingying frowned slightly. "Who wants to greet a loser?" "I'm going back to my room to sleep." Mo Baichuan continued, "Don't forget, you're still living in my grandparents' house. Isn't this place yours and uncle's?" Xiao Yingying asked. Mo Baichuan shook his head. Reluctantly, Xiao Yingying had to greet them. She had no choice. Who asked her to be under others' roof? "By the way, cousin, are you going out?" Xiao Yingying turned and looked at Mo Baichuan. "Yes." Xiao Yingying's eyes lit up. "Cousin, are you going to see Mr. Mogg?" "I want to go with you." Mo Baichuan reluctantly said, "I am going to pick up my girlfriend." Mo Qishan was back. Ni Yang was here too. Such a situation naturally couldn't be without Zhao Jingrong, his former fiancé. He refused to believe that Mo Qishan could still stay calm upon seeing Zhao Jingrong. And when Ni Yang found out that Zhao Jingrong was his girlfriend, she would definitely mess up. He was looking forward to seeing Mo Qishan and Ni Yang's reactions later. "You have a girlfriend?" Xiao Yingying looked suspiciously at Mo Baichuan. "Yes." Mo Baichuan nodded. Xiao Yingying didn't believe that Mo Baichuan had found a girlfriend so quickly. He must be secretly meeting Mr. Mogg. "Then I'll go with you." Xiao Yingying hooked her arm around Mo Baichuan's, just in time to see what my future sister-in-law looks like too. "Yingying, don't be ridiculous." Mo Baichuan frowned slightly. Xiao Yingying smiled and said, "I'm not." Mo Baichuan had no choice but to take Xiao Yingying with him. When she saw Mo Baichuan's girlfriend, Xiao Yingying was also taken aback. She didn't expect the other party to be Zhao Jingrong. But wasn't she supposed to be Mo Qishan's former fiancé? The relationships were seriously messed up. The three of them came to the Mo family together. When Grandma and Grandpa Mo saw Zhao Jingrong, they were both dumbfounded. What was going on? Zhao Jingrong smiled. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." "Grandpa and Grandma?" Grandpa and Grandma Mo became even more confused. Mo Baichuan took the lead. "Grandpa, Grandma, sixth uncle, future sixth aunt, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Zhao Jingrong." The words were like a bomb. The shock had Grandpa and Grandma Mo questioning if they were hearing things. "What did you say?" Grandma Mo was the first to react. Before Mo Baichuan could respond, Zhao Jingrong stepped forward. "Grandma, you heard right, I am now Baichuan's girlfriend." Chapter 693, Abuse Shangguan Furong, I want to divorce you. _1 girlfriend? Zhao Jingrong is actually Mo Baichuan's girlfriend? What kind of joke is this? Madame Mo looked at Zhao Jingrong in front of her, so angry that she wanted to slap Mo Baichuan. Put aside what type of person Zhao Jingrong is, just the fact that she was previously engaged to Mo Qishan, he should not be getting involved with her. Old Master Mo was also very angry, pointing at Mo Baichuan and asked, "What's going on?" Mo Baichuan, however, was very calm. "Exactly what you see, I like Jingrong, and Jingrong likes me too." Bastard. Old Master Mo clutching his heart, nearly passing out as he gasped for breath. "Break up. You two need to break up immediately." Zhao Jingrong earnestly said, "Grandpa, Baichuan and I are genuinely in love. Please bless us." Genuinely in love? Madame Mo looked at Zhao Jingrong. "If I'm not wrong, back then, you said that in this lifetime you would marry no one but Mr. Mogg. And now they talk about genuinely in love. What a joke." Zhao Jingrong's expression changed. "Grandma, I was young then, and spoke without thinking. Please don't hold that against me. Baichuan and I truly are in love. Please grant us your blessing." Where was the love between her and Mo Baichuan? They were merely using each other. Zhao Jingrong wanted to marry Mr. Mogg, and Mo Baichuan just wanted to aggravate Ni Yang and Mo Qishan. However, the usually astute and smart Zhao Jingrong could not have imagined that she had placed her bets on the wrong man. As she said her last words, Zhao Jingrong pulled Mo Baichuan with her onto the floor, kneeling down together. Mo Baichuan subtly glanced at Ni Yang. There was no special expression on his face. Same with Mo Qishan's reaction, it was rather bland. This wasn't quite what he had expected. Were they pretending? From the start to the end, Zhao Jingrong didn't deign to give Mo Qishan a single extra glance. She didn't need to see his face to know that he must be very shocked. He must not have thought that she would end up with Mo Baichuan. Wait. Couldn't Mo Qishan be trying to use this opportunity to deliberately cause trouble between her and Mo Baichuan? After all, Mo Qishan still loved her deeply. With this in mind, Zhao Jingrong started to feel a bit anxious. Old Master Mo and Madame Mo, who were so fond of the worthless Mo Qishan, would make things difficult if Mo Qishan tried to cause trouble. With this thought, Zhao Jingrong squinted her eyes, a touch of worry flitting across her gaze. Dad, Mom, just then Mo Qishan weakly piped up. Did Mo Qishan really want to stop her from being with Mo Baichuan? Zhao Jingrong raised her head to look at Mo Qishan. She knew it, Mo Qishan couldn't forget her. He clearly underestimated the situation, still thinking he could pry her and Mo Baichuan apart at this stage. Zhao Jingrong spoke before Mo Qishan could. Grandma, Grandpa, I know you are mindful of my previous engagement with Mo Qishan. But that was an arranged engagement. I didn't like him at all, there wasn't even a shred of affection. But it's different with Baichuan. Our love is free. We truly adore each other. Zhao Jingrong's words were passionate, so much so that the rims of her eyes reddened. What was Mo Qishan? He simply wasn't worthy of her. It was with great difficulty that she managed to call off their engagement. She couldn't let Mo Qishan hinder her now. Mo Baichuan casually lifted his eyes and looked at Mo Qishan. He knew it, Zhao Jingrong wouldn't let him down. What followed was a big charade. Next second, Mo Qishan continued, Dad, Mom, since Baichuan and Miss Zhao are genuinely in love, why not bless them instead of making things difficult for the loving couple? What? Mo Qishan actually pleaded on their behalf? What's going on? He should be objecting to their relationship, right? Zhao Jingrong was a bit stunned. Mo Baichuan was also slightly taken aback. This was a bit different from what he had anticipated. It must be said, the reactions of Ni Yang and Mo Qishan were somewhat beyond his expectations. Old Master Mo stayed silent, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. In all his years, he had never seen something like this. The nephew actually ended up with his uncle's fiancée. If word of this got out, wouldn't it just be a laughingstock? Come with me to the study. Old Master Mo looked at Mo Baichuan. Mo Baichuan rose from the ground and followed Old Master Mo's footsteps. When he entered the study, Mo Baichuan thought Old Master Mo was about to lose his temper. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, Misery Shengguan Furong, I want to divorce you. _2. Oddly enough, the old Master Mo didn't lose his temper, but instead pointed to the chair and said, sit down. Mo Baichuan took a seat on the chair. With his back to him, old Master Mo heaved a sigh and then asked, Baichuan, have you really made up your mind? Yes, grandfather, Mo Baichuan replied, I've decided. He never made decisions he would regret later. Now that he had crossed this threshold, he wouldn't turn back. There are so many girls in Beijing, why did you choose Zhao Jingrong of all people? Old Master Mo turned to look at Mo Baichuan. Do you realize that Zhao Jingrong could have almost been your aunt by marriage? In ancient times, this would have been punishable by submersion in a pig cage. By the time he said that last sentence, old Master Mo could hardly control his volume. But you said it yourself, it was almost the case. Mo Baichuan said calmly, Zhao Jingrong and I are of the same age, she comes from a good family, and she has a master's degree from abroad. I don't see what's wrong between us. Grandfather, the past is the past, we have to live in the present. Zhao Jingrong was only betrothed to Mo Qishan, they weren't actually married. At this moment, the old mistress Mo walked in from outside. Do you know what kind of person Zhao Jingrong is? She's vain and doesn't deserve you. The old mistress Mo absolutely didn't like Zhao Jingrong. If she weren't so vain, she wouldn't have broken off her engagement with Mo Qishan. It's not that Jingrong is vain, it's because my uncle couldn't hold on to her. Mo Baichuan continued, if I were in her place, I wouldn't want to marry someone like my uncle either. Who would want to marry a worthless man? The old mistress was so furious that she was shaking all over. Old Master Mo sighed again, and then said, Baichuan, are you sure about this? Yes. Mo Baichuan nodded, I've decided. Old Master Mo continued saying, well, since you're sure, there is no point in our talking anymore. You can go now. Old man. The old mistress Mo grabbed the old master's sleeve. Let him go. Old Master Mo sighed again, the fortune of sons and grandsons depends on themselves. Mo Qishan doesn't mind, we should avoid overstepping our boundaries. Stretching out one's hand too far tends to make them disliked. If they end up together, won't outsiders laugh at our family, said the old mistress Mo. Old Master Mo squinted his eyes. If the Zhao family doesn't fear losing face, why should the Mo family? Today, if it weren't for Zhao Jingrong prostrating on the ground and begging me, I wouldn't have agreed. Upon hearing this, the old mistress felt a bit better. Right. This time it was Zhao Jingrong who took the initiative, not the Mo family begging for her hand in marriage. If outsiders are going to laugh, they'll laugh at the Zhao family's lack of discipline. Old Master Mo continued, besides, they're just dating right now. Whether they will end up together is still uncertain. The old mistress Mo nodded in agreement. Mo Baichuan walked into the living room and helped Zhao Jingrong up from the ground. Somehow worried, Zhao Jingrong asked, why did you come out? How about grandfather and grandmother? Don't worry. Mo Baichuan said, they have agreed to our relationship. The volume of his voice seemed just right to let Mo Qishan and Ni Yang hear. What a pity. The two were like they hadn't heard anything. They sat on the couch, whispering to each other and smiling. Clearly, their laughter was heartfelt. Zhao Jingrong was Mo Qishan's former fiancé. Wasn't Ni Yang bothered by it at all? And Mo Qishan, he didn't react at all to his former fiancé being with his nephew. Jingrong. Mo Baichuan turned to look at Zhao Jingrong. Zhao Jingrong looked at him bewildered, what? Let me introduce you, this is my uncle's girlfriend, Ni Yang. Mo Baichuan brought Zhao Jingrong in front of the two. Zhao Jingrong laughed and said, I had already met Miss Ni once before. The last time in the restaurant, Ni Yang had ridiculed her quite a lot. Mo Qishan said, Yang is now my girlfriend, you two are the younger generation, and should call Yang Aunt according to our family hierarchy. Calling her Miss Ni doesn't sound right. Your uncle is right. Old Mistress Mo chimed in from the other side. Zhao Jingrong had thought that when Mo Qishan saw her, he would be unwilling to let go and cling to her relentlessly. But Mo Qishan had surprised her time and time again. Is he trying to get her attention on purpose? Calling her aunt? Ni Yang looked even younger than her, and the last time at the Western restaurant, they had a falling out. She couldn't bring herself to call Ni Yang aunt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695, Tormenting Shengguan Furong, I Want to Divorce You. _3. Everyone says that your Zhao family is a prestigious family that attaches great importance to etiquette and upbringing. Now when you meet an elder, you can't even greet them properly. What kind of daughter have your parents raised? Mrs. Mo did not give Zhao Jingrong any face with these words, even cursing Zhao's parents. Zhao Jingrong bit her lip. She knew that Mrs. Mo did not like her, but she didn't expect that Mrs. Mo would be so unsparing. Forget it. Isn't it just a matter of greeting someone? As long as she can successfully marry Mo Baichuan, she is willing to do anything. The day when she becomes Mrs. Mog, there will be plenty of time for them to regret. Zhao Jingrong reacted and said, "Sixth aunt." Ni Yang nodded with a smile, and said gracefully, "Good girl." Zhao Jingrong was so angry. This feeling of being lower in rank was suffocating. Thankfully, Mo Baichuan holds a high status. Before getting close to Mo Baichuan, Zhao Jingrong did some research on Ni Yang. She knew that Mo Baichuan had offered Ni Yang an olive branch. But Ni Yang rejected Mo Baichuan. Ni Yang was really blind. She actually rejected Mo Baichuan for a worthless man. I wonder if she will regret it when she knows the true identity of Mo Baichuan. By then, she'd regret it until her guts turn green. Thinking about this, Zhao Jingrong was jubilant. All the frustration vanished. As long as she could marry Mr. Mog, what would a bit of humiliation matter? What about you? Mo Qishan looked up at Mo Baichuan. Sixth aunt. Mo Baichuan reluctantly called out. Good. Ni Yang nodded in satisfaction, completely uplifting the posture of an elder. Speaking of which, Mo Qishan's family ranking is really high. Going by this calculation, when Mo Baichuan gets married and has children, won't she become a great aunt? Then she would undoubtedly be the youngest, most beautiful great aunt in history. Brother Mo, let's go upstairs, I want to play games in your room. Ni Yang turned her eyes to Mo Qishan. Zhao Jingrong was after all Mo Qishan's ex-fiancé, and Mo Baichuan was suspicious, and Ni Yang simply couldn't put up with being in the same room with them. It always felt a bit strange. Sure. The two headed upstairs, leaving only Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Mo. Mrs. Mo said, "Dear, let's go to the kitchen to take a look." With Ni Yang and Mo Qishan gone, the two old people also did not want to face Zhao Jingrong. The two old people went to the kitchen together. In the blink of an eye, only Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong were left in the living room. They looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Shall we watch TV? After a long while, Mo Baichuan finally blurted out this sentence. The situation today was really beyond his expectations. His mind was still in disarray. Yes. Zhao Jingrong nodded. After turning on the TV, the two of them sat on the couch watching TV, even though their thoughts had already drifted far away. Just going through the motion. Upstairs. Mo Qishan and Ni Yang sat in front of the TV playing games, and cheerful laughter echoed from the screen. At dinner time, Lin Pingping specifically came back from work to celebrate Mo Qishan's birthday, and she also brought back a cake. Not only did Lin Pingping come back, but even Song Beiqing returned. After all, Mo Qishan was his uncle. Ni Yang. You're still with my Uncle Six. Seeing Ni Yang, Song Beiqing was surprised. Ni Yang was so beautiful, and Mo Qishan had a bad reputation. He thought their relationship wouldn't last long. Who would have thought? Watch your language. Ni Yang gave him a white glance. Call me sixth aunt. Ni Yang is 9 years younger than him. Calling her aunt, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Beiqing. Mo Qishan gave him a cold glance. Didn't you hear your sixth aunt's command? Although everyone said his Uncle Six is a good-for-nothing, Song Beiqing felt nervous every time he saw Mo Qishan. Very strange. And this feeling came from the bottom of his heart. Sixth aunt. Under tremendous stress, Song Beiqing finally managed to set it. Good. Ni Yang nodded happily. Hey, isn't that Zhao Jingrong? Why is she with third brother? Only then did Song Beiqing notice Mo Baichuan and Zhao Jingrong. Ni Yang responded lightly, that's your third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law? Song Beiqing was stunned. Lin Pingping was also stunned. You mean Zhao Jingrong? Zhao Jingrong is with third brother? Song Beiqing eagerly asked. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. Song Beiqing looked stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, Abusing Shengguan Furong, I Want to Divorce You. _4. Oh my gosh. Isn't this a total mess? Lin Pingping followed up, what's going on? Well, Ni Yen raised her eyebrows slightly, Sister Pingping, you should ask the people involved. From an observer's standpoint, there was certainly no love between these two people. It must be a mutual arrangement. But Ni Yen could only speculate and didn't want to say more. Who knew what kind of act these two were putting on? Lin Pingping and Song Beiqing approached them. After finding out that Zhao Jingrong and Mo Baichuan were dating, Lin Pingping and Song Beiqing were genuinely surprised. Song Beiqing quietly pulled Mo Baichuan aside and whispered, "Third brother, are you really involved with Zhao Jingrong?" Mo Baichuan slightly nodded. Song Beiqing continued, "Third brother, don't you think this is somewhat inappropriate?" What's inappropriate? Mo Baichuan asked knowingly. Song Beiqing said, Zhao Jingrong, she once had a relationship with Uncle Six. Mo Baichuan remained calm, that's all in the past. Beiqing, don't be so narrow-minded. It was only an engagement, nothing to be concerned about. With Mo Baichuan's words settling the issue, Song Beiqing didn't say anything more, just asking, do uncle and auntie know about this? Mo Baichuan responded, they don't know yet, but I have a way of getting their approval. If Mr. and Mrs. Mo won't object, then Mo Rongping and Xiao Jiao wouldn't stand a chance of doing so. As long as you've thought this through. Song Beiqing patted Mo Baichuan's shoulder. Although Lin Pingping was shocked too, she didn't say much. After all, it was Mo family's affairs and she was just Mrs. Mo's niece. At this point, she deemed it inappropriate to say more. After the meal, everyone sat around conversing. Lin Pingping suggested, the weather's nice today. Why don't we all go to the racetrack for a few laps? Beijing has a large racecourse that caters to the rich for their amusement. The racetrack wasn't far from the Mo family's domicile. Sounds great. Zhao Jingrong nodded in agreement. Equestrianism is an aristocratic sport, so someone like Ni Yen, who hails from the countryside, surely wouldn't know how to ride. Thus, she planned to shine in front of everyone. I also think it's a good idea. Xiao Yingying was naturally playful. Fortunately, Song Beiqing happened to be present today. If she couldn't hook up with Mr. Mog, Song Beiqing was a pretty good choice too. Although he couldn't compare with Mr. Mog, Song Beiqing was the sole descendant of the Song family. Moreover, Song Beiqing was handsome, and from what you could tell, he had great potential. Having an extra spare tire wasn't a bad choice either. Yang, how about you? Lin Pingping looked at Ni Yen. I'm okay with that. It feels like ages since she last rode a horse. What about you, big brother Mo? If you're okay, then I'm okay, Mo Qishan said. Uncle and auntie, would you two want to join the fun? Lin Pingping then turned to Mr. and Mrs. Mo. Even though this old couple was not as young as they used to be. They had experienced real battlefield when they were young. Mrs. Mo glanced at Mr. Mo, why not join in for the fun? Okay, Mr. Mo nodded, it's rare that all the kids are home today. They all headed to the racetrack. Mo Qishan took Ni Yen to change her clothes. Men always change faster than women. When Mo Qishan came out after changing his clothes, Ni Yen was still in the changing room. Soon, everyone met up at the horse arena. At the arena, Mo Baichuan ran into a few classmates, so they all decided to go horse riding together. Of course, the more people, the merrier the horse riding. Mo Qishan led Ni Yen over from the other side. Ni Yen's appearance undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. She usually dressed in cheongsams, so now dressed in a sleek riding outfit she looked radiant. She radiated majesty and stunning beauty. She was incredibly eye-catching. In her British-style riding outfit, a white shirt with a blue vest, and a pair of leather boots hugging her slender legs, she moved with plenty of gusto. Seeing everyone was staring at his wife, Mo Chishan suddenly regretted agreeing to come to the racetrack. At that moment, all Mo Chishan wanted to do was to fold Yen up like a tortilla, put her in his pocket, and forbid anyone from peeking at her. Xiao Yingying had originally thought she would be the most good-looking one in riding gear, and she had just been parading around in front of everyone, indeed attracting a few gazes. But upon seeing Yen, Xiao Yingying instantly gave up that thought. She even started feeling a bit inferior. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, Abuse Shengguan Furong, I Want to Divorce You. _5. This self-employed woman, really annoying to no end. Zhao Jingrong squinted her eyes. This Yang, lacking in ability, sure knows how to play the part. What use is beauty? Can beauty stand in for equestrian skills? The coach led over a few horses for everyone to choose from. These horses were all raised here by the Mo family. I'll take this one. Zhao Jingrong picked a tall and majestic horse, looking towards Yang, And 6, beginners shouldn't choose horses with too tempestuous a temperament. I think that one might suit you better. Zhao Jingrong pointed at a small pony half the height of a man, continuing, this pony has a gentle temperament, perfect for beginners. Her words seemed to be for Yang's benefit. But in reality, she was mocking Yang. No need. Yang led a black horse by its reins. I can ride. She can ride? Zhao Jingrong felt like she was witnessing a magnificent joke. Yang can ride? This pitiful self-employed woman can ride a horse? Do your bragging somewhere else. Before Zhao Jingrong had a chance to respond, Xiao Yingying jumped in. Since Miss Ni can ride, how about a little friendly competition? The spotlight of the horse riding show had been snatched away by Yang, and now, Xiao Yingying was keen to bring it back to herself. Equestrianism, she had trained for. She aimed to defeat Yang. Yang gave a faint smile, looking at Xiao Yingying with sparkling eyes. How do you propose we compete? Xiao Yingying pointed at the racetrack. Well, use this as the finish line. We go through these obstacles, first one to reach wins. The obstacles were set in a U shape. After a full round, the finish line was the same as the starting point. The obstacles were extremely challenging. For ordinary people, it could take 20 minutes to finish. But for Xiao Yingying, 10 minutes was more than enough. When the time comes, she would certainly shine. Okay. Yang nodded slightly. Zhao Jingrong's relationship with Xiao Yingying was quite good, and knowing that Xiao Yingying didn't like Yang either, she was happy to have someone else to suppress Yang together, and purposefully asked, Yingying, how long do you need to get through these obstacles? 10 minutes. Xiao Yingying answered. On hearing this, the surrounding gasped. 10 minutes. If Xiao Yingying truly could complete the obstacles in 10 minutes, she would stand as a woman of gallantry. And 6, what about you? Zhao Jingrong looked at Yang. Yang absent-mindedly put on her white gloves. That's hard to say. She hadn't practiced for so long. Zhao Jingrong's eyes were full of mockery. These obstacles weren't easy to get through. When Yang falls off the horse, it will be a fun sight. Are you ready? Let's start. Xiao Yingying climbed onto the horse, looking down at Yang with disdain. Ready. Yang tugs the reins, about to mount, her foot slipped and she almost fell over. Indeed, she had grown rusty. Yang sighed softly. All of this was seen by Zhao Jingrong. She knew all along, Yang definitely can't ride a horse. She's finally going to make a fool of herself. And 6, be careful, this horse is so high, it's no joke if you really fall. Zhao Jingrong's eyes filled with schadenfreude. Actually, I really think that little pony suits you. Yang rubbed her chin, this horse seems to be a bit wary of strangers. But it didn't matter, she had ways to control it. At her words, Zhao Jingrong's face humorously broke into a sneer. She actually had the cheek to say that. Shameless. Xiao Yingying had a great start, clearing several obstacles, and leaving Enai Yang far behind. Xiao Yingying looked back at Enai Yang, her face full of smug smiles. What's Enai Yang? A country bumpkin trying to steal her spotlight? The horse Enai Yang chose was very fiery, a few times even seeming to buck Enai Yang off, causing everyone to gasp in fear. Uncle Six, aren't you worried about Aunt Six? Song Beiqing whispered to Mo Qishan. Mo Qishan's gaze was locked on the figure on the racetrack. Why the rush? It only just began. Xiao Yingying had already completed 1/3 of the obstacles. Seeing Enai Yang almost getting bucked off the horse, she began to laugh triumphantly. Just then, Xiao Yingying felt a gust of wind rushing past her side. Its speed so fast it left only a shadow. The air echoed with the clippity-clop of horse hooves. Looking back in disbelief at the sound of horse hooves, Xiao Yingying saw no sign of Enai Yang behind her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, Abusing Shengguan Furong, I Want to Divorce You. _6. Was that fleeting figure Enai Yang? No way. Xiao Yingying's face turned a bit pale as she spurred her horse to catch up, but the other party was too quick. My God, she jumped over 2 obstacles. She's standing up on the horse. This is too amazing. Everyone had thought that Enai Yang was not adept at riding horses, but this stunning performance was truly a surprise. Even professional coaches might not have such skill. Everyone's eyes were glued to the figure on the field, afraid of missing any exciting part of her performance. Unconsciously, everyone overlooked Xiao Yingying. Because she was simply not in Enai Yang's league. Compared to Enai Yang, she could at best be considered someone who knew how to ride a horse. Enai Yang, on the other hand, had set forth a spectacle that thrilled everyone. Mo Baichuan watched the figure on the field with narrowed eyes. It has to be said, Enai Yang was truly attractive in this state. Zhao Jingrong glanced at Mo Baichuan, her eyes slightly tensed. She had never imagined that Enai Yang would know how to ride a horse. And to master it so incredibly. It really turned out to be a futile attempt. Enai Yang greatly enjoyed this sense of carefree thrill, riding at full speed whilst her adrenaline surged. Before everyone could react, Enai Yang had already crossed 2 deadly turns and reached the finish line. Ha! Enai Yang tightened the reins and directly jumped off the saddle, her flying black hair gracefully scarring the air as she landed. The entire event took her less than 3 minutes. It far outmatched Xiao Yingying's 10 minutes. Good! Old Master Mo led the applause. In response, everyone also started clapping. Enai Yang walked towards Mo Qishan. This competition was undoubtedly a loss for Xiao Yingying. And it was a humiliating loss. She just couldn't figure out how she could lose to a country bumpkin. After the competition, everyone went their own way. Zhao Jingrong had wanted to make Enai Yang embarrass herself further, but after witnessing this, she dared not act rashly. Mo Baichuan's classmate, Shuizhen asked, Bro, what's that girl's name? Don't even think about it, she's my 6th uncle's girlfriend. Mo Baichuan calmly replied. Shuizhen continued, such a great girl, is she really into your 6th uncle? Mo Baichuan did not respond. Yes. With Enai Yang being so outstanding, how could she possibly be interested in Mo Qishan? Shuizhen continued, Bro, just tell me her name. Once it works out, I'll treat you a drink. Don't daydream. Mo Baichuan glanced at Shuizhen. Even if Enai Yang had ulterior motives with wine, it wouldn't be about Shuizhen. He always has a way to make Enai Yang feel anxious. Mo Baichuan looked up again, only to see Enai Yang had somehow climbed up and was now riding the same horse as Mo Qishan. Ni Young was sitting in Mo Kishan's embrace and the horse was strolling leisurely in the field. The setting sun cast a gentle layer of golden light over them, creating a beautiful scene. It hurt Mo Baichuan's eyes. It stung a lot. At this moment, Zhao Jingrong held Mo Baichuan's hand. Baichuan, shall we go horse riding too? All right. Mo Baichuan nodded. Time passed quickly, and a month had gone in the blink of an eye. During this time, the weather had become much colder. Today, Shengguan Furong had arranged to go to the movies with her girlfriends. As she was getting ready to leave, a servant handed her a note. Who gave this to you? Shengguan Furong frowned. The servant said, he was wearing a hat, I couldn't see his face clearly, but he seemed quite old. Shengguan Furong nodded, Upon opening the note, it read, come to 27 New Village Villas immediately. New Village Villa number 27? Isn't that owned by the Zhao family? What's there? Though Shengguan Furong had initially intended to dismiss the note, curiosity drove her to go to the New Village Villa. The villa's front door was open. Could there be someone inside? Shengguan Furong slightly frowned. She rarely stayed at this villa, though there would be a servant to maintain the place regularly. Perhaps it's one of the servants? Without further thought, Shengguan Furong walked in. The sound of her high heels echoed, clack, clack on the floor. Inside the room, Zhaoshen snapped to attention when he heard the sound. He quickly got out of bed and grabbed the first piece of clothing he could find to put on. What are you doing? Lin Fang was awakened by Zhao Shen's sudden movements. Zhao Shen, looking nervous, replied, I think I heard something. Could it be Furong? Afraid of her? Lin Fang sneered. Lin Fang interjected, don't worry. It's probably not her. It might be the cleaning crew. Get back under the covers before you catch a cold. Okay. Zhao Shen seemed soothed and laid back down in bed. Lin Fang snuggled into Zhao Shen's arms, a smug smile playing on her lips. Why wouldn't the person outside be Shengguan Furong? The next second, the door was pushed open. Squeak, Sister Furong. Lin Fang shrieked, shooting up from the bed. Lin Fang? Shengguan Furong was taken aback. Just then, she noticed clothes strewn all over the floor. Weren't these Zhao Shen's clothes? How come Zhao Shen's clothes are here? Shengguan Furong narrowed her eyes, a sense of dread creeping into her heart. Lin Fang, what are you doing in my house? Lin Fang turned pale immediately. She got off the bed, went over to Shengguan Furong and knelt down. Sister Furong, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, I'm to blame. Shen had nothing to do with this, blame me, not him. Lin Fang took all the blame onto herself. Shengguan Furong's face grew paler by the second. She pointed at the bed. Who's in the bed? Lin Fang remained silent. Who is it? Shengguan Furong's voice was near trembling. She grabbed Lin Fang's shoulders. Who is it? Through her tears, Lin Fang replied, Sister Furong, I'm sorry. Yell at me, hit me, anything you want. Is it Zhao Shen? Lin Fang nodded. Shengguan Furong was livid. She could never have imagined that something like this would happen to her. Lin Fang dared to seduce Zhao Shen behind her back. And she thought Lin Fang was a trusted friend. This is how Lin Fang repays her trust and friendship. Slut. Shengguan Furong slapped Lin Fang hard. You slut, I'll kill you. Lin Fang took the hits without fighting back. Sister Furong, kill me if you want to. Just please, don't take it out on Shen. The last sentence stirred a protective instinct in Zhao Shen. He shouldn't let Lin Fang take all the blame. He's a man, he should be the one protecting Lin Fang. He couldn't be a coward anymore. Zhao Shen pushed off the covers, walked up to Shengguan Furong, grabbed her hand and slapped her hard. You're the real slut. I want a divorce. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699. It's too late for regrets. _1 With the slap, Shangguan Furong's face immediately swelled up. She looked at Zhao Shen, disbelief written all over her face. He had hit her. Zhao Shen had actually hit her. During their marriage of over a decade, there was not a single time when Zhao Shen had ever raised his voice at her, let alone raise his hand. Was she dreaming? Shangguan Furong stood there, unable to believe what was happening right in front of her eyes. Lin Feng looked at Shangguan Furong, a derisive expression on her face hidden well enough. She stood between Shangguan Furong and Zhao Shen. Brother Shen, you can't divorce Sister Furong, all the faults are mine. I let Sister Furong down. It's right that she hit me. Lin Feng's position was very humble. On the surface, she was taking all the blame upon herself. Yet, in reality, she was subtly shifting the blame onto Shangguan Furong. Compared to Lin Feng's empathy, Shangguan Furong's domineering attitude made Zhao Shen opt for her. This has nothing to do with you. Zhao Shen pulled Lin Feng to her feet. Don't worry, I will divorce her and then marry you. What did you say? Shangguan Furong looked up at Zhao Shen. I said, I want a divorce. Zhao Shen said angrily, I've had enough of you, Shangguan Furong. Yes. He's had enough of Shangguan Furong. For all these years, he has listened to Shangguan Furong's decisions. And what has she done? She hasn't been a dutiful daughter-in-law towards her parents-in-law, nor has she attended to the needs of their children. She's been taking his sincerity for granted. No. I want divorce. Zhao Shen, you can't divorce me. Shangguan Furong stood up from the ground and tightly grasped Zhao Shen's arm. She couldn't bear to get a divorce. If she were to get divorced, how would others perceive her? Everyone knows about her powerful status in the Zhao family. Even the old lady Zhao had to consider her opinion at all times. If people found out that Zhao Shen wanted to divorce her for a vixen, how could she live? Zhao Shen looked coldly at Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong, this marriage must end. I can't put up with you anymore. For 19 years, think about what you have contributed to this family. Now that things had come to this point, he no longer wanted to hide his relationship with Lin Feng. The time he spent with Lin Feng was joyous, which he had never experienced before. If Lin Feng became the matriarch of the Zhao family, she would undoubtedly outperform Shangguan Furong. Prostitute, overwhelmed with anger, Shangguan Furong pushed Lin Feng to the ground and started beating her. It's all because of you, you slut. Why won't you just die? Lin Feng didn't retaliate. She just wept and said, I'm sorry, Sister Furong, get out of here. Zhao Shen couldn't bear to see Lin Feng being bullied by Shangguan Furong. He shielded Lin Feng behind him and swatted away Shangguan Furong. I don't want to see you anymore. Zhao Shen. Shangguan Furong had never been so humiliated. She had never dreamt that Zhao Shen would betray her. Nor did she expect the old lady Shangguan's words to come true. No. She can't get a divorce. Even if it killed her, she couldn't let Lin Feng benefit. Zhao Shen, I beg you, don't divorce me, okay? Shangguan Furong went over and embraced Zhao Shen. I know I was wrong, I will change, can you please forgive me? Get out. Zhao Shen ruthlessly pushed Shangguan Furong away. The gentleness was gone from his face, he seemed just like a stranger, cold and indifferent. Thrust away by Zhao Shen with such sudden force, Shangguan Furong fell to the ground. The pain was such that she could hardly breathe. She was in great pain. She truly was in great pain. She couldn't understand. How did she and Zhao Shen get to this point? When her gaze turned towards Lin Feng's self-satisfied face, Shangguan Furong's eyes filled with intense hatred. She grabbed a vase nearby and furiously rushed towards Lin Feng. Slut. I will kill you. It was at this moment when she finally realized. From the beginning, Lin Feng had bad intentions. This slut. It was all intentional. Lin Feng's face turned pale and she stepped back, hiding behind Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen raised his hand and held Shangguan Furong's wrist forcefully. Warning, Shangguan Furong, I warn you. If you dare harm Lin Fang, they'll make sure you suffer a horrible death. In the past, it was Zhao Shen who gave way to Shangguan Furong. If he truly retaliated, could Shangguan Furong, a mere woman, ever match him? When a man loves you, he can cherish you as a gem. But once he falls out of love, you are worth less than grass to him. Shangguan Furong looked at Zhao Shen. The man felt like a stranger to her now. The pain in her heart was unbearable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, It's Too Late for Regrets _2. Get out. Get out of my sight now. Zhao Shen dragged Shangguan Furong to the front door and slammed it shut. Shangguan Furong collapsed on the ground, her face streaming with tears. Inside the room, Lin Fang spoke nervously, Shen, are we being too harsh on Sister Furong? After all, I'm the one at fault here. I'm the one who did her wrong. Zhao Shen sighed. Lin Fang, you're just too kind-hearted, always taking the blame for everything. This is not your fault. You've done nothing wrong to Shangguan Furong. Don't worry, I'll make sure to explain everything to you. With that said, Zhao Shen took out clothes from the wardrobe and handed them to Lin Fang. Lin Fang accepted the clothes and went to the bathroom to change. When the two of them came out dressed up, Shangguan Furong was still there. She sat on the living room sofa, her expression a mix of desolation, sadness, and perhaps regret. After being married to her for so many years, Zhao Shen looked at Lin Fang with guilt stirring in the depths of his eyes. If he didn't love Lin Fang, he wouldn't have indulged her all these years. Zhao Shen's changing expression didn't escape Lin Fang's observant eyes. Shen, I'll leave you to talk to Sister Furong. I don't want to interrupt you, Lin Fang continued. You've been husband and wife for many years, don't allow me to destroy your harmony. Bang. Just then, a vase shattered at Lin Fang's feet, scattering pieces everywhere. Get out. Shangguan Furong pointed at the door. Out. Now. Shangguan Furong, get a hold of yourself. Zhao Shen's rage was ignited in that moment. The one who should be leaving is you. Shen, don't be like this. Lin Fang deliberately stoked the flames. Shangguan Furong grabbed her purse from the coffee table and stood up. Zhao Shen. Don't push me too far. Pushing you too far? Zhao Shen corner of his mouth curled up in mockery. Shangguan Furong, those words should be directed at you, not me. Shangguan Furong did her best to suppress the raging emotions inside her, trying not to cry. Get rid of this cheap woman as quickly as possible. I will never divorce you. If you don't have any shame, Shangguan Furong, still do. Having said her piece, Shangguan Furong picked up her purse and left. The driver outside hasn't left yet. Shangguan Furong got into the car. Take me home. The driver noticed that Shangguan Furong seemed a bit off, but he didn't ask any further. He started the engine and drove away from there. Inside the villa, Zhao Shen looked at Lin Fang. I'll drive you home first. Okay, Lin Fang nodded. The ride was silent. When they reached the base of Lin Fang's apartment building, she said, Shen, you're not really thinking of divorcing Sister Furong, are you? Zhao Shen gripped the steering wheel. It's come to this point. Divorce would be the best outcome for both of us. I'm sorry, Lin Fang gripped Zhao Shen's hand. Shen, I'm sorry. Sister Furong and I are good friends. I really didn't think things would turn out this way. I was content with just being with you, without a title. But I didn't expect Sister Furong to find out so soon. Maybe we should just end it and you can go back to living a good life with Sister Furong. Though Sister Furong has a bit of a temper, she's not a bad person. You are a married couple after all. Lin Fang is retreating in order to advance. The more noble and kind-hearted she appears, the more she could expose the shortcomings of Shangguan Furong. The weaker she is, the more sympathy she will get. Zhao Shen, who had been wavering, now became even more determined. Lin Fang, don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. Zhao family. The car had been parked in front of the villa for quite a while now, yet Shangguan Furong was reluctant to get out. The driver sat in the driver's seat, not daring to say anything. Lady Zhao today seemed a bit strange. Normally at this time, she would be out playing mahjong, but not only is she not out today, she's actually returned home. Did something upset her? Zhao's mother stood on the balcony of the 5th floor, looking at the black car parked below. A faint light glittered in the depths of her otherwise dull eyes. After a moment, she looked up at the sky. Shangguan Furong turned her gaze to her reflection in the car window. She always thought she was a winner in life. Married to her husband for 19 years. Gifted with a pair of lovely children, a kind mother-in-law, and a husband who always followed her advice. But only now she realized just how thoroughly she had lost in life. Otherwise, she wouldn't be left without anyone to talk to when something goes wrong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 701, It's Too Late for Regrets _3. She wanted to go back and pour her grievances to Madame Shangguan. But the words she had once argued with Madame Shangguan were still ringing in her ears. She wanted to go and seek help from the misses. But those young misses who had been so envious and jealous of her for her ability to manage her husband, would surely laugh at her if she went there for pity now. All this bitterness, she could only hold in her heart. It was at this time that Shangguan Furong sadly discovered that after all these years, she didn't even have someone to talk to by her side. How ridiculous. Ridiculous. She laughed, and the reflection in the car window laughed with her. After a while, Shangguan Furong finally got out of the car and started walking toward the villa. The servants in the house were surprised when they saw Shangguan Furong. The sun must have risen from the west today. The lady of the house is actually home at this time. Where are Zijuan and Ziqing? Shangguan Furong asked the servants. At this time, the first thing she thought of were her children. She was trying to find some comfort from them. Madam, young master, and young miss are doing their homework in the study room. The servant looked up at Shangguan Furong and noticed her swollen face. Was she hit by someone? Who did this? The Shangguan family? It couldn't be the Zhao family. After all, Shangguan Furong was revered like a deity in the Zhao family. Who would dare to provoke her? I see. Shangguan Furong nodded her head and went toward the study room. The study room was on the 4th floor and the door was closed. She could faintly hear the conversation going on inside. Brother, when do you think Auntie Lin Fong can come? This was Zhao Ziqing's voice. I don't know. This was Zhao Zijin's voice. Zhao Ziqing put down her pen and looked out the window. I want to eat the dumplings Auntie Lin Fong made. Brother, do you want some? No. Zhao Zijuan answered. Zhao Ziqing laughed. Brother, you're lying. Every time Auntie Lin Fong brings dumplings, you eat the most. And now you say you don't want any. Zhao Zijuan didn't say anything. Zhao Ziqing continued, Brother, do you like Auntie Lin Fong? A child's concept of like is very simple. Whoever treats her well, she will like them. Although Lin Fong had ulterior motives in getting close to them, she at least took some action. Compared to Shangguan Furong who neglected them after giving birth, she found it easier to accept Lin Fong. Zhao Ziqing added, I really like Auntie Lin Fong. Last time, Auntie Lin Fong even helped me review my homework. I wish Auntie Lin Fong was our mother. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Furong couldn't hold back her sorrow any longer. She started crying heavily. Her tears fell like pearls off a broken string. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Zijuan, being older, was more composed. We have a mother. But she doesn't like us, and I don't like her either. Zhao Ziqing complained, I want Auntie Lin Fong to be my mother. Zhao Zijuan sighed and passed the pen to Zhao Ziqing. Finish your homework. Just then, the door to the study room was suddenly pushed open. Bang! The twins, who were doing their assignments, were startled. They stood up, looked at Shangguan Furong in bewilderment. Shangguan Furong was crying heavily, her face twisted in pain. What were you two just saying? I am your mother. Only I am. That Lin Fong. She is just a shameless bitch. It was I who carried you for 9 months. It was I who gave birth to the two of you after so much pain. You two ungrateful brats, do you even have a conscience left? Shangguan Furong's voice grew louder with each word, tearing the books on the table into shreds, smashing all the decorations on the floor, behaving like a madwoman. At that moment, she felt a deep sense of desolation hitting at her heart. Nobody could possibly understand how it feels when the child she had carried for 10 months and then given birth to, recognized someone else as her mother. Why? Why were they treating her like this? The two siblings were terrified by Shangguan Furong's current state, staying motionless in shock. Their sobs were incessant. Especially Zhao Ziqing, her face had even turned white with fear. Ziqing, don't be afraid. Brother will protect you. Zhao Zijuan pulled Zhao Ziqing behind him. Despite the shivers that racked his small body, he choked out, Mom, we're sorry, we were wrong. Please, don't be angry. Bad mother. I don't want you. I want Auntie Lin Fong. Daddy, help. Grandma, help. Auntie Lin Fong. Zhao Ziqing started bawling. Panic-stricken, Zhao Zijuan hurriedly covered Ziqing's mouth. What did you just say? What were you saying? Shangguan Furong grabbed Ziqing, seething with rage. I am your mother. Only I am. Lin Fong is a slut. She's a whore. She's shameless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, It's Too Late for Regrets _4. Whimper, Zhao Ziqing covered her mouth and cried loudly. Mother, let go of my sister. Zhao Zijuan walked over to pull Zhao Ziqing away. Brother. Get out of my way. Shangguan Furong swung her hand, sending Zhao Zijuan flying into the corner of a table. His forehead was instantly covered in blood. Shangguan Furong, what are you doing? An old voice suddenly emerged in the air. Brother. Zhao Ziqing pulled herself free from Shangguan Furong's grasp and ran to Zhao Zijuan's side. Old Lady Zhao pounded her walking stick on the ground. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Look at what you've done. Only then did Shangguan Furong notice the injured Zhao Zijuan. Ah! She cried out in agony and collapsed onto the ground. How had her life come to this? Grandma, it doesn't hurt. Please don't blame my mother. Zhao Zijuan walked up to Old Lady Zhao and glanced back at Shangguan Furong. Old Lady Zhao closed her eyes. The child was a good boy. It's a shame he had the wrong mother. Come, Zijuan, let Grandma take you to get your wound cleaned. Old Lady Zhao held Zhao Zijuan's hand. What about mother? Zhao Zijuan looked back at Shangguan Furong, who was laying on the ground. At this moment, Shangguan Furong seemed like a madwoman. Her eyes were filled with despair, devoid of any signs of life. Anger clouded Old Lady Zhao's face. Don't worry about her. No matter what, Shangguan Furong shouldn't have taken her anger out on the children. She had already proven herself as an unfit mother in the first half of her life, and yet, in the second half, she continued to harm her children. As for this matter, Old Lady Zhao had initially intended to simply give Shangguan Furong a warning. She wanted Shangguan Furong to understand that the Zhao family didn't rely on her. Yet she never expected that Shangguan Furong would show no signs of remorse. Zhao Ziqing also felt some fear towards the Shangguan Furong from earlier, and held onto Old Lady Zhao's hand tightly. Right. Let's not care about her. The Zhao family had a family doctor. After examining him, the doctor frowned. The wound is quite deep, stitches are needed, and it might leave a scar. Remember not to eat any cold or spicy food for a while. A scar? Old Lady Zhao became anxious. Dr. Wu, is there any way to prevent scarring? The injury was on Zhao Zijin's forehead. A scar would disfigure him. Dr. Wu shook his head. There's no medicine that can prevent scarring, but luckily the wound isn't big and a scar won't ruin his appearance too much. You don't need to worry. Grandma, I'm okay. Please don't blame my mother. Zhao Zijun tugged on Old Lady Zhao's sleeve. Old Lady Zhao sighed. Zhao Shen didn't come home until late. Old Lady Zhao was sitting at the dining table. The food on it had gone cold. Mother, you haven't eaten? It's late, you don't need to wait for me. Zhao Shen put down his briefcase. Old Lady Zhao glanced at Zhao Shen. Sit. Okay. Zhao Shen nodded, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Old Lady Zhao took a bite of the cold food. How do you plan to handle the situation with Lin Feng? Zhao Shen said, I want a divorce from Shengguan Furong, and to marry Lin Feng. After an afternoon's consideration, Zhao Shen felt that he could not wrong Lin Feng. Just because Lin Feng was kind didn't mean she deserved to be bullied. Are you sure? Old Lady Zhao looked up at Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen was very determined. Yes, I've decided. Lin Feng is kind and dignified, I want to be with her. Before Old Lady Zhao could respond, a disheveled Shengguan Furong walked over from the other side. I don't agree. I won't divorce you. If you want a divorce, it'll happen over my dead body. Otherwise, she wasn't stepping aside for that wretch of a woman. That wretch thought she could replace her and marry Zhao Shen. That would never happen. In just a few hours, Shengguan Furong seemed to have aged more than a decade. Her eyes were swollen and red, and her face was without a trace of color. Compared to Zhao Shen, it was as though nothing had happened to him. This was the disparity between men and women. Furong, our relationship has already come to this. What's the point of not divorcing? I don't care, I'll never divorce you. Having said that, Shengguan Furong turned and made for the stairs. Old Lady Zhao sighed. After all, she is the mother of the two kids. The family splitting up was not the result Old Lady Zhao hoped for. This marriage cannot continue. Zhao Shen's attitude was very firm. I cannot let Lin Feng suffer. Shengguan Furong, unwilling to divorce, locked herself in her room for days and wouldn't speak to anyone. Ever since the situation had come to light, Zhao Shen had become increasingly brazen, often bringing Lin Feng to the Zhao family villa, and would occasionally spend the night. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, It's Too Late for Regrets _5. Lin Feng was very good at making children happy. She often made Zhao Ziqing burst into laughter. Shengguan Furong stood on the third floor watching everything downstairs, her gaze icy cold, as tears fell one after another. That was her child. The flesh of her womb that she carried for 10 months. By what right did this despicable woman steal her away? Mom, sister is young and doesn't know better, don't blame her. A pair of small hands grasped Shengguan Furong's hand. Zhao Zijuan was only 10 years old, he didn't know how to comfort Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong coldly flung Zhao Zijin's hand away. Get lost. I'm not your mom. Aren't you all just wishing for me to die sooner, to make way for that woman? Let me tell you. I won't let you have your wish. Never. Shengguan Furong clenched her hand tightly, turned and walked into the bedroom, slamming the door with a bang. Mom, Zhao Zijuan choked on the word mom, sobbing without a sound. He didn't know what to do. Downstairs, Lin Feng looked at the closed bedroom door and hooked up the corner of her mouth in a victorious smile. A few months ago, Shengguan Furong was as proud as a peacock, and now? Just a few days. How the tables have turned. It's her turn to be the lady of the house. Ziqing, do you like auntie? Lin Feng squatted down and looked at Zhao Ziqing. Yes. Zhao Ziqing nodded her head. Lin Fang continued, would it be okay if Auntie becomes your mom? Yes. I would love Auntie to be my mom. Zhao Ziqing nodded her head excitedly. Ziqing. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Zijuan came over and grabbed Zhao Ziqing's hand. Zhao Ziqing broke free from Zhao Zijian's grip, wrapped her arms around Lin Fang's waist. I really like Auntie Lin Fang. Zhao Zijuan burst into tears. You're making Mom very upset. You're not my sister. I don't have a sister like you. He was after all just a 10-year-old child, and at this moment, other than crying, he had no other way to cope. Zhao Ziqing was frightened by this. She hurriedly went over to Zhao Zijuan. Brother, don't be angry. I won't have Auntie Lin Fang be my mom anymore. The moment Lin Fang heard these words, her face turned ashen. Those two ungrateful brats. She had fed them for so long for nothing. After all, they were not as good as her own. She needed to find a way to marry Zhao Shen sooner, move to the Zhao family's house, then figure out how to make Chang Yu change her surname to Zhao, and enter the Zhao family's genealogy. And then get rid of these two little beasts. Lin Fang narrowed her eyes. The 24th of the lunar December was the eve of the Lunar New Year. Shangguan Furong unusually appeared in the Zhao family living room, dressed up beautifully, and even made breakfast. Old Madame Zhao looked at her in surprise. Furong, you. Shangguan Furong smiled and said, Mom, I've come to my senses, am willing to divorce Zhao Shen. She wore a thick layer of makeup on her face, cleverly concealing her dark circles and fatigue. For a moment, that glamorous Shangguan Furong seemed to have returned. Being a daughter-in-law for many years, old Madame Zhao found it difficult to let go. Actually, there's absolutely no need for you two to reach this point. Shangguan Furong didn't respond to old Madame Zhao's words, but continued, but I still want to spend my last Lunar New Year with the Zhao family. After the New Year, I will set Zhao Shen free, and also, please don't tell my mom and my brother about this. I want them to have a good Lunar New Year. Old Madame Zhao sighed. Furong, have you really made up your mind? Shangguan Furong nodded her head. Zhao Shen was standing at the door with Lin Fang. Hearing Shangguan Furong's composed words, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Lin Fang was feeling extremely satisfied. Wonderful. Finally, Shangguan Furong agreed to the divorce. Soon she would become the lady of the Zhao family. At that moment, Shangguan Furong turned to look at Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen, I hope not to see this despicable woman in the final days of the year. Please make her disappear for a few days. After I leave, you are free to be with her for as long as you wish. But right now, I'm not dead, I still have a breath in me. Shangguan Furong maintained her composure throughout. So calm that it was frightening. Zhao Shen sighed, turned his head and looked at Lin Fang. Lin Fang feigned strength and raised a smile. Brother Shen, I'll leave first then. Zhao Shen couldn't bear to see kind-hearted Lin Fang feel aggrieved, and quickly ran after her. Outside the villa, Zhao Shen held Lin Fang's hand and said, Lin Fang, let's endure a little longer. After the New Year, I'll marry you. Lin Fang hugged Zhao Shen. Brother Shen, even if you don't marry me, it's okay. Being with you for such a long time, I've been very content. Hit a snake at its 7 inches, Lin Fang had now mastered where Zhao Shen's 7 inches was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, It's Too Late for Regrets_6. Rest assured. I will definitely marry you. Zhao Shen promised. Lin Fang did not say much, she just said, then I'll go back first. I will come to find you after the New Year. Returning to the villa once again, the tranquility seemed to have returned. Shangguan Furong looked at Zhao Shen and said, before the divorce, I have one more condition. You say. He had been married to Shangguan Furong for many years and he would satisfy whatever condition Shangguan Furong had. Shangguan Furong went on, today is the 24th of the small year. My brother and sister-in-law must have returned home. I want you to accompany me back to my mother's house. We used to go back on this day every year. I don't want to cause any suspicion. All right. Zhao Shen nodded, then, I'll let Zijuan and Ziqing know. Shortly, the family of 4 arrived at the Shangguan residence by car. As Shangguan Furong had said, Enai Tsuehua and Shangguan Dehui were both at home, and their children were there too. The Shangguan residence was bustling. Auntie and uncle, you're here. Shangguan she took the gift from Zhao Shen. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing excitedly ran towards Enai Yun, sister. If it were in the past, Shangguan Furong would have been very unhappy. But today, Shangguan Furong was not only unhappy, but she was also smiling. Brother, sister-in-law. Shangguan Furong greeted Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua. Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua were both taken aback. Shangguan Furong had always made no secret of her dislike of Enai Tsuehua. But today, Shangguan Furong seemed like a different person. There was not a trace of scorn in her eyes. During these days, Shangguan Furong had thought about many things. She had been wrong in the past. She only cared about her own pride, without considering the feelings of others. She was also the one who had been too meddlesome, almost ruining the good marriage between Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua. Furong. Enai Tsuehua looked at Shangguan Furong in surprise. Shangguan Furong continued, Sister-in-law, this is the bird's nest and hazma that I brought especially for you. They are very nourishing for women. Thank you. Enai Tsuehua didn't know what to say for a moment. The old lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Furong with a heartwarming expression in her eyes. Great. In her lifetime, she finally saw Shangguan Furong become sensible. Sister-in-law, I was immature in the past, please don't hold it against me. The past is the past, Furong, don't think too much about it. Enai Tsuehua comforted her. Looking at Enai Tsuehua, Shangguan Furong suddenly felt urged to cry. Enai Tsuehua was such a good person. But she had treated her that way in the past. She regretted it, truly regretted. Unfortunately, her realizations came too late. Shangguan Furong walked over to Enai Yang. Aunt. Enai Yang barely lifted her eyes. She could feel that Shangguan Furong had changed quite a bit. With a smile, Shangguan Furong said, Can you come with me for a while? Okay. Enai Yang nodded, following Shangguan Furong to the study on the 2nd floor. As soon as they entered the study, Shangguan Furong bowed deeply to Enai Yang. Yang, I'm sorry. Aunt, don't do this, I'm the younger one. Enai Yang hurriedly helped Shangguan Furong up. Shangguan Furong went on to say, I know that a bow can hardly make up for the harm I've caused you, but now, all I can do is apologize. She had done too many wrong things. No one is perfect and can avoid making mistakes, as the saying goes. Whatever happened has already passed, so let it be, continued Enai Yang. We must look forward in life. Shangguan Furong nodded in agreement. Yang, you're right, we should always look forward. Enai Yang sensed that something seemed off about Shangguan Furong today. Auntie, have you encountered any problems recently? No, Shangguan Furong shook her head and denied it with a laugh. At the Zhao family, everyone treats me with respect. What kind of problems could I possibly encounter? Her status within the Zhao family was evident to all. But Enai Yang continued, You seem a bit off today. Maybe I didn't get enough sleep, Shangguan Furong yawned. I've been staying up late playing mahjong with my lady friends. Please take care of your health, Auntie, Enai Yang said. Emichim. Shangguan Furong nodded in response. Enai Yang went on, If anything bothers you, you may tell Grandma or us. Don't hold it all in by yourself. Smiling, Shangguan Furong responded, I will, Yang, thank you. Thank you for putting the past behind us. After lunch, the oldest Shangguan was taking care of little Enai Yun while Shangguan Shi and Enai Yang were outside building snowmen with the Zhao siblings, Zijuan and Ziqing. In December, a thick layer of snow covered the outdoors. Shangguan Furong and Zhao Shen were chatting with Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua. Shangguan Furong increasingly felt that the old lady Shangguan was right in their previous conversation. Enai Tsuehua was excellent indeed. She and Shangguan Dehui were equals, none superior to the other. How come she had never noticed before? Shangguan Furong suggested, "We now have 4 people here, should we play some mahjong?" "Sure, good idea." Zhao Shen had no objections since he was accustomed to following Shangguan Furong's advice. This version of Shangguan Furong was indeed endearing. If Shangguan Furong had always been like this, they would not have arrived at the idea of divorce. Enai Tsuehua admitted somewhat awkwardly, "I don't know how to play mahjong. Shall we ask Mom to join in?" She spent any free time studying, leaving no time for mahjong. "That's okay, I can teach you," offered Shangguan Dehui, who was next to her. Shangguan Furong smilingly added, "Indeed, let my brother teach you." Enai Tsuehua was quick to learn. After one round with Shangguan Dehui, she knew how to play. Moreover, Enai Tsuehua had good luck and won several rounds in a row. Not until late at night did Shangguan Furong and Zhao Shen leave with the children. Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua saw them out. "Brother, sister-in-law, please go back with the children soon. It's windy outside." Shangguan Furong waved them goodbye. Watching Shangguan Furong's retreating figure, Enai Tsuehua said, "Dehui, don't you think Furong has changed a lot?" Shangguan Dehui nodded, "Indeed, she has changed quite a bit. It's a good change for Furong." Time flew by. Before they knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. This year, Enai Yang was spending the new year with Enai Tsuehua at the Shangguan family home. They planned to bring the oldest Shangguan back to Jinghua village on the first day of the new year. The oldest Shangguan was extremely delighted since it had been a long time since they last had such a happy new year. At the dinner table, the oldest Shangguan gave everyone a hefty red envelope. Just after they finished their New Year's Eve dinner and were about to go outside to set off fireworks, the phone rang. Today being New Year's Eve, the Shangguan family had given their servants a day off. Shangguan Shi rushed to answer the phone. "Hello." Whatever the person on the other end of the phone said made Shangguan's face turn pale. He rushed back into the living room without even hanging up the phone, panic written all over his face. "Grandma. Something has happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 705, Shocking Change _1 In the living room, the elderly Madame Shangguan was holding fireworks, preparing to go outside and set them off with everyone else. Upon hearing the news, the fireworks in her hand dropped to the ground with a thud. "What happened?" Madame Shangguan asked. Shangguan Shi was crying, not knowing how to speak. From her youth to adulthood, she had never encountered such a situation. What on earth happened? Madame Shangguan's face turned pale with urgency. The more anxious she felt, the harder it was to talk. It felt like something was stuck in her throat. "Sister Xiaoxi, don't panic, take your time." Enai Yang walked over to Shangguan Shi, holding her hand and comforting her in a low voice. "There's an acupoint on the hand called the Laogong acupoint. When someone is highly stressed, lightly pressing the Laogong acupoint can relieve stress and calm the mind." The place that Enai Yang was pressing was exactly the Laogong acupoint. Gradually calming down, Shangguan Shi said, "Grandma, Aunt had an accident." "What happened to her?" old Madame Shangguan asked urgently. She's threatening to jump off a building with Zijuan and Ziqing." "What?" Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua happened to walk in from outside at that moment. Their smiles froze on their faces, as if their blood was running in reverse. Madame Shangguan couldn't catch her breath and almost fainted. Luckily, Enai Yang caught her in time. Quick! Let's get to Furong's house." The Shangguan family's home was only 5 minutes away from the Zhao family's, but for the people in the car, those 5 minutes felt longer than 50 minutes, 5 hours, even 5 years. Madame Shangguan cried, when I visited last time, I noticed that something was wrong with that child. She told me many things, told me to take care of my health, not to eat sweets, to take my heart medication on time. I should have realized it earlier. I should have. Madame Shangguan originally thought that Shangguan Furong was just maturing. She never dreamed that Shangguan Furong could do such a foolish thing. Mother, please calm down, Enai comforted. Furong will be okay. She will be, I am sure of it. Before long, the car stopped in front of the Zhao family's villa. The butler immediately came out to welcome them. Madam, sir, you're here. The mistress and master are upstairs. Please follow me. What on earth happened? Asked Shangguan Dehui, his face cold. Although Shangguan Furong was domineering and strong-willed, she would never seek death so easily, especially not with 2 children involved. The butler heaved a sigh. He was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Shangguan Dehui. Please go up and try to reason with the madam. The young master and miss, they are innocent. They are still just children. Madame Shangguan had cried herself weak and collapsed helplessly into Ni Yang's arms. What sin have I committed that I am being punished by the heavens like this? The Zhao's villa was like a palace with 10 floors in total. Shangguan Furong and the 2 children were sitting on the open-air balcony on the top floor. Zhao Shen and old lady Zhao stood nearby. The elderly Mrs. Zhao tried to hold back her tears. Furong, take the children and come down. Let's talk things over, don't do anything foolish, okay? Zhao Shen took a tentative step forward. Furong, come down. As long as you come down, I promise anything. We won't divorce. Is that all right? Don't come any closer. Shangguan Furong moved closer to the edge of the balcony with the children. Okay, I won't come closer. Just don't do anything rash. Don't be rash. Zhao Shen took a step back. He never thought things would come to this. He didn't imagine that when Shangguan Furong said she wanted a divorce after the new year, she meant to take their 2 children and die. After carrying a pregnancy for 10 months and giving birth. How could she bear to? How could she bear to choose death for the 2 children? Just then, Shangguan Furong looked towards the top floor exit. Her eyes lit up. Mom, brother, sister-in-law, you're here. Furong. Ni Tsuhua covered her mouth in terror. Furong. Furong. Madame Shangguan cried as she lunged forward. Furong, what are you doing? Mom, don't come over. Shangguan Furong moved back again with the children. There were no railings behind them. If they moved any further, she and the children would fall off. 40 meters from the 10th floor. If they were to fall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Grandma, stay calm and stay back. Ni Yang pulled Madame Shangguan back. Old lady Zhao saw the Shangguans had arrived, and as if seeing a lifeline, pleaded, elder sister, you're finally here. Help me reason with Furong, don't let her do anything foolish. Zhao Shen said, Mom. Brother. Help me reason with Furong. As long as she doesn't do anything foolish, I can agree to anything she asks for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, Shocking Change _2. Heh. Shangguan Furong cried with a laugh, crying crocodile tears. The Zhao family must be wishing me dead, so you could clear the way for that adulterous woman, right? These words carried a heavy burden of truth. The expressions on Zhao Shen and old lady Zhao's faces changed immediately. What exactly is going on? Old lady Shangguan looked at old lady Zhao and Zhao Shen. Old lady Zhao remained silent. Shame was written all over Zhao Shen's face. How could they even begin to explain? Right now, Shangguan Dehui had no interest in dealing with Zhao Shen and old lady Zhao. He was slowly moving towards the balcony, extending his hand towards Shangguan Furong. Furong, don't be afraid. Your brother is here. I'll handle this for you. Even if the sky fell down now, I would hold it up for you. Will you give your hand to your brother, please? Shangguan Furong hastily retreated. Brother, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll jump. Alright, I'm not moving, don't get agitated. Shangguan Dehui halted his steps and tried to speak in a light tone. Did Zhao Shen bully you? Tell your brother and I'll stand up for you. Shangguan Furong's face was streaked with tears. Brother, I'm sorry. I don't want to live anymore, living has no meaning. Shangguan Dehui dared not upset her further, continuing, Furong, you are still young, your best days are still ahead. You still have me, and mother, and the two lovely children Zijuan and Ziqing. How could life have no meaning? If there are any issues, come down first and let's talk about it seriously. If you die, what about mother? Can you bear to let her suffer the heartbreak of burying her own child? Anyway, every man must die, sooner or later it's all the same. When I die, brother, remember to comfort mother. She shouldn't have to grieve for an unfilial daughter like me. At these words, Shangguan Furong looked up at Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen, when I die, you'll be free. Are you happy now? I have been married into the Zhao family for 19 years, thinking I had a loving mother-in-law, a husband who always put me first, and two smart and lovely children. At this point, a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth, and in the end? In the end, I have nothing. I am just a fool who has been used by others. A daughter-in-law could be replaced. A husband could remarry. The children could have a new mother. Her existence was negligible. Looking back at these 19 years, it was all like a puff of smoke that dissipated instantly. Shangguan Furong continued, I won't take anything that doesn't belong to me. But Zijuan and Ziqing are my flesh and blood. I must take them with me. They will never be left to you and that adulterous woman. The children are hers. She carried them for 10 months in her womb. Lin Fong is a wicked woman. If she leaves the children to her, they'd surely not have a good life. It's better to take them along. That way, they can be together in the afterlife. It was then that Zhao Shen noticed the red wedding dress Shangguan Furong was wearing, the dress they wore on their wedding day 19 years ago. 19 years had passed, but the red dress was still brilliantly bright. Now, everything had changed. Just as Shangguan Furong had said, she did not take a single thing from the Zhao family. It seemed she truly was determined to die and take the two children with her. Thinking about this, Zhao Shen's heart ached. No. Zhao Shen pleaded, Furong, I beg you. Zijuan and Ziqing are still young, they are innocent, it's me who failed you. Come down, we won't divorce, we will live happily together from now on, get lost. Shangguan Furong's mood suddenly became explosive. Zhao Shen. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Stop pretending in front of me. The children are mine. None of you can take them away from me. Furong, don't be rash. Shangguan Dehui walked up to Zhao Shen. Tell me everything from start to finish. From today onward, I won't let you face this alone. If it's truly the Zhao family who wronged you, I will tear their family apart to get you justice. The daughters of the Shangguan family, we would never let anyone take advantage of them. Hearing this, Zhao Shen felt a sudden dread. All these days had passed, he had even forgotten that Shangguan Furong had the support of the Shangguan family. When Shangguan Dehui was young, he was notorious for his recklessness. The color drained from old lady Zhao's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Shocking Change _3. Brother. Suddenly, Shangguan Furong burst into tears. It's all my fault, I didn't listen to Mom. I let the wolves into our house by getting Zhao Shen involved with that bitch Lin Fong. It really was Lin Fong. The old lady Shangguan's face tightened. Zhao Shen. You bastard. Shangguan Dehui punched Zhao Shen directly. Zhao Shen's head swerved, fell to the ground. Shangguan Dehui didn't stop there. He grabbed Zhao Shen by the collar, pinned him against the wall, and continued to beat him. Zhao Shen was no match for the robust Shangguan Dehui. In an instant his face swelled and his vision blurred with stars. Old Lady Zhao panicked. Stop. Stop. Spare him, uncle. If you keep going, you might kill him. Shangguan Dehui pushed Old Lady Zhao away. His life matters, but my sister's doesn't. If anything happens to my sister today, they'll make him pay with his life. Old Lady Zhao began crying in a panic, looking from Shangguan Furong to Zhao Shen. Finally, she clutched at the sleeve of the old lady. Shangguan, sister, please tell uncle to stop. An eye for an eye. You're worried about your son, but what about my daughter? Who's concerned about her? Old Lady Shangguan looked at Shangguan Furong with teary eyes. Furong, come down, please, don't do anything foolish. How will I live if something happens to you? Mom, I'm sorry, I really can't go on living. She couldn't go on. Once, everyone knew Shangguan Furong had married into a good household. She was held in the highest regard. Now, she was just a joke. She couldn't bear the judgmental stares of others. She couldn't bear the sudden betrayal of Zhao Shen. She couldn't stand Lin Fang taking over her place. Death seemed to be the only way out. She would be free with death. At this moment, Ni Yang entered the scene. Aunt, no obstacle in life is insurmountable. Please, come down. Don't make Grandma worry. Look, isn't my dad taking revenge for you right now? Yang, you don't understand. Shangguan Furong shook her head. Ni Yang pressed on. Auntie, do you think death is freeing? It's not. Death is merely the beginning of pain. From what I've heard from some elders, people who commit suicide bear enormous sins. Not only will they not be reincarnated, but their souls will also replay their suicide, enduring the pain time and again, indefinitely. When a person is teetering on the edge of death, they may wonder if there is a heaven or hell in this world. Ni Yang's absurd words roused Shangguan Furong's attention. Ni Yang carefully observed Shangguan Furong's expression while saying, Aunt, Zijuan and Ziqing are just children, unaware of the world. Can you bear to see them endure such pain? Shangguan Furong replied, It's me they will die with. If God must punish someone, let him punish me. The children have nothing to do with this. Ni Yang continued, But you are their mother, your wish represents theirs as well. God won't spare them just because they are children. Shangguan Furong fell silent for a moment, holding the children closer to her. She was starting to waver. At that moment, Ni Yang spoke again, Aunt, don't you want to get revenge? Revenge? Shangguan Furong looked at Ni Yang. Revenge for what? Ni Yang said, Think about who did this to you. It was Lin Fang. That bitch Lin Fang. Shangguan Furong yelled. So, you must keep living. Only by living can you take revenge. Ni Yang continued, Death is like a flickering lamp, extinguished in an instant. In the beginning, the Zhao family may feel guilty, but as time passes, they will forget you. Then Zhao Shen will marry Lin Fang. As for the children, they are young, they can have more. At that point, who will remember you? Who will remember Zijuan or Ziqing? Ni Yang's words penetrated to the core, each syllable a tearful plea. The color drained from Shangguan Furong's face. Seeing her wavering, Ni Yang seized the opportunity, continuing, Aunt, while you're here, crying your heart out, planning to jump with Zijuan and Ziqing, Lin Fang might be at home feasting and celebrating. Why should we let ourselves suffer and make it easier for others? Yang, is what you're saying true? Shangguan Furong asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, Shocking Change _4. Ni Yang nodded, Of course it's true. Lin Feng, as the third party, definitely wants you dead. Only when you're dead can she usurp your place with a clear conscience. At this point, Ni Yang paused, then added, Auntie, get a divorce. Times are different now. You can still live well after a divorce. Look at my mother, look at Sister Ping Ping, look at Aunt Ni, which of them lives worse than women with families? You're knowledgeable, educated, and capable, in what way are you inferior to Lin Feng? Zhao Shen having an affair with Lin Feng is his lack of insight, his loss. You should live on, live beautifully, and make them regret it. As Ni Yang spoke, she began to walk towards Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong had already let her guard down. But what about Zijuan and Ziqing? Will you leave them with the Zhao family? No. I won't agree. Zijuan and Ziqing are my flesh and blood. Shengguan Furong's emotions, which had only just calmed down, suddenly stirred up again. Ni Yang halted her steps, then said, in this marriage, Zhao Shen is at fault. According to the marriage law, when one of the spouses cheats, the child is not awarded to the guilty party. Really? Shengguan Furong asked. Really? Ni Yang nodded. Auntie, give your hand to me. Ni Yang carefully reached out to Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong handed Zhao Zijuan to Ni Yang. Just then, old Madame Zhao and Zhao Shen came over, intending to take away Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing. Shengguan Furong suddenly pulled the child back. Don't come over. None of you come over. Shengguan Dehui and old Madame Shengguan immediately held back the two. Shengguan Dehui said, Furong, rest assured, Mom and I are here. We'll help you keep an eye on them. We won't come over. Old Madame Zhao and Zhao Shen were very anxious. The children are of the Zhao family. How could they let Shengguan Furong take them away? But they were afraid of further upsetting Shengguan Furong. Upon seeing their hesitation, Shengguan Furong calmed down and handed Zhao Zijuan back again. Both Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing were so groggy from the sleeping pills they had been given. With a child in each arm, Ni Yang looked at Shengguan Furong. Auntie, come down too, quickly come down. Shengguan Furong slowly rose from the balcony, her hair tousled by the cold wind. Behind her, countless fireworks were being set off. Such a sight might have signaled a happy family reunion. It was ironic indeed. A look of sadness hooked the corners of Shengguan Furong's mouth. She didn't want to go through all this either. She hadn't wanted it to come to this point. Auntie. Ni Yang was a little worried about her. Shoo, Shengguan Furong put her index finger to her lips, making a silence gesture. Don't speak. Ni Yang nodded obediently. Shengguan Furong then said, Yang Yang, move back. Ni Yang moved backwards, holding the children. Shengguan Shi and Ni Tsuehua immediately came over to take over the children. Old Madame Zhao and Zhao Shen wanted to take away the children, but were stopped by Ni Tsuehua. Get lost. You have no right to touch the children. Seeing Ni Tsuehua so fiercely protective of Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, a look of relief flickered in Shengguan Furong's eyes. Family would always be family. Although she had originally treated Ni Tsuehua so poorly, Ni Tsuehua still stood by her side at this moment. Then she looked at Zhao Shen and old Madame Zhao. Once they found out the two children were safe, they didn't care about her at all. Furong, come down quickly. Old Madame Shengguan, seeing Shengguan Furong stand up again, could feel her heart squeeze painfully. Furong, come down, brother will take you home. I can't go back, brother, I'll still be your sister in my next life. With her last words, Shengguan Furong spread her arms, leaning backwards. Furong. Auntie. Just then, Ni Yang, swift and nimble, rushed forward, grabbing Shengguan Furong's wrist. Due to the sudden force, Shengguan Furong was pulled along, her body hanging in mid-air as she managed to grab onto a protruding decoration on the edge of the balcony. The two of them hung in mid-air, creating a chilling spectacle. Yang Yang. Ni Tsuehua, scared, collapsed on her knees. Shengguan Dehui reacted fastest, running over and grabbing Ni Yang's wrist. But his own strength was not enough to pull both of them up. He looked back at the others. Quick, come help. At that moment, hearing the news, Shangguan Su rushed in from the entrance. Dad. Quick, come and help. Shangguan Dihui's veins on his arms stood out as he strained. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, Shocking Change _5. Shangguan Su ran over, taken aback, immediately started helping Shangguan Dihui pull the person up. Shangguan Furong, looking at Ni Yang who was desperately holding onto her wrist, gently closed her eyes. Yang, thank you. But I'm sorry. I can't endure such humiliation in my life. From the moment Zhao Shen cheated on her, she couldn't bear to live anymore. Her self-esteem wouldn't allow her to barely survive in this world. However, Ni Yang's words also made her realize in time that the child was innocent, and she shouldn't take the child with her. She felt assured to leave the child with Shangguan's elderly matriarch. Shangguan Furong slowly broke free of Ni Yang's hand, her body plummeting down like a kite with a broken string. Ni Yang turned pale. Aunt Furong. Shangguan Dihui cried out in despair. The father and son hurriedly pulled Ni Yang up and then ran downstairs in a rush. The lights downstairs were brightly lit. Quickly call 120. Quickly call 120. Zhao's elderly matriarch urgently ordered the servant. What? You guys didn't call 120 for help earlier? Shangguan Dihui grabbed Zhao Shen's collar. Under normal circumstances, they would call 120 for help first. Shangguan Dihui and the others had arrived in such a hurry that they hadn't noticed that the Zhao family hadn't called the police or dialed 120. Zhao Shen stammered, brother, calm down, because today, the Zhao family was a prominent and renowned family and wouldn't report such a shameful incident to the police. Alerting the police would mean making it public. It's New Year's Eve today, isn't it inviting ridicule? Rich and influential families, who value their reputation the most, would rather cover it up than report it. Besides, at that time, Zhao Shen and Zhao's old lady didn't expect Shangguan Furong to actually jump off the building. They thought, as long as the Shangguan family came, Shangguan Furong would stop making a scene. They didn't expect she would still jump. To hell with staying calm. Shangguan Dihui punched Zhao Shen. If anything happens to Furong today, you won't live either. Shangguan Dihui, who had been good-natured for many years, cursed for the first time today. After he finished speaking, Shangguan Dihui ran out of the door. Shangguan Furong lay on the ground, a large pool of blood spreading on the ground, dyeing the thick snow red, absolutely horrifying. The air was filled with a heavy scent of blood. Shangguan's elderly matriarch didn't dare to move Shangguan Furong, afraid of inflicting secondary injuries, crying out, Furong, my poor child. God! If you want to punish someone, punish me, why do you have to torment my child? Aunt. Shangguan she also knelt on the ground, crying. Ni Yang ran out from the inner room. Make way. Seeing Ni Yang, everyone seemed to see hope and immediately made way for her. Ni Yang placed the first aid box on the ground, first checked Shangguan Furong's pupils, then put her hand on Shangguan Furong's wrist. In her downcast eyes, a faint glint flashed. They had thought that since Shangguan Furong had lost so much blood, it was mostly a bad outlook, but surprisingly, Shangguan Furong might have been lucky after all. Meanwhile, Ni Yang also let out a sigh of relief, opened the medical box, and started administering first aid to Shangguan Furong. Here, Zhao's elderly matriarch whispered to Zhao Shen, Shenbao, I think the Shangguan family won't let this go lightly this time, you should run first. Mom, I'm not running. Zhao's elderly matriarch sighed, silly boy, if you don't run now, are you waiting for Shangguan Dihui to kill you? Shangguan Dihui was a troublemaker in his youth. What can't he do? Zhao's elderly matriarch was genuinely scared now. Shangguan Dehui had just beaten Zhao Shen half to death, and now with Shangguan Furong, he definitely wouldn't let Zhao Shen go. Zhao Shen was her only son, she couldn't just stand by and watch Zhao Shen get into trouble. If I run, what happens to you? Zhao Shen looked at Zhao's elderly matriarch. Things have come to this pass, and he too was very afraid. No one born as a human doesn't cherish his life. And he knew Shangguan Dehui too well. He knew that Shangguan Dehui would definitely fight him to death. Zhao's elderly matriarch continued, I'm already old, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me, an old lady. You run first, wait until this blows over. Run fast. Leave from the back door. Yes, take more money. Zhao's elderly matriarch took out all the cash from her body and gave it to Zhao Shen, then took off her gold bracelets, gold necklace, gold earrings and other jewelry and stuffed them to Zhao Shen. Shenbao, listen to your mom, don't come back for a short time, and don't call me. While they're still there, hurry up and go. Don't look back. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Shocking Change _6. Zhao Shen took the items handed to him by old Mrs. Zhao. Mom, I'll go first. Please take care of yourself at home. Old Mrs. Zhao nodded, her eyes full of tears. What kind of sin had she committed to let her family become like this? Old Mrs. Zhao wiped the tears from her face and warned the servants in a low voice, don't utter a word about what just happened. Yes, madam, the servants nodded in response. Meanwhile, Ni Yang first bandaged Shangguan Furong's head wound, then took out 3 silver needles and punctured them into 3 of Furong's main acupuncture points. He looked up to Shangguan Dehui, Dad, did you call 120? I did, replied Shangguan Dehui. How is your aunt? After asking this question, everything became quiet, even the crying stopped. Ni Yang said, don't worry, aunt is fine. She's fine? At this, old Mrs. Shangguan immediately questioned, Yang, you aren't lying, are you? Is your aunt really all right? Her voice was choking with sobbing. Grandma, I'm not lying. Aunt is really fine. Ni Yang held her hand. But she lost so much blood and is still unconscious. Ni Yang paused before continuing, and is 2 months pregnant, but the child in her womb may not be saved. I have done some preliminary emergency measures. Now we are just waiting for 120. Old Mrs. Shangguan broke down crying, it's good as long as she's fine. It's good as long as she's fine. Old Mrs. Zhao didn't dare to approach, she could only watch from afar, unable to hear clearly what they were saying. Amitabha Buddha, please bless Shangguan Furong to be safe. Otherwise, our Shenbao will be ruined, Mrs. Zhao prayed, hands clasped. Soon, the sound of the 120 ambulance echoed in the air. Everyone followed the ambulance to the hospital. A crowd of people waited outside the operating room. After a while, the light in the operating room went off. Old Mrs. Shangguan and Shangguan Dehui immediately approached, Doctor, how is my sister, daughter? The doctor removed his mask and smiled, fortunately, you did first aid before sending her to the hospital. The patient is now in very good condition and there is no life-threatening danger. However, the baby could not be saved. Also, her lower leg is fractured and needs to stay in the hospital for a while. It doesn't matter the child is not saved, as long as the person is fine. As long as the person is fine. Hearing the doctor's words, old Mrs. Shangguan showed a little smile. Thank you, Yang. Old Mrs. Shangguan walked over and embraced Ni Yang. If it were not for Ni Yang who caught Shangguan Furong and reduced half of the force of fall, Shangguan Furong might not have been so lucky tonight. Knowing that Shangguan Furong was okay, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Shangguan Dehui said, Dia, take mom and the kids home. I can handle things here with Furong. Enai said, you and Mom go home. I'll stay here to take care of Furong. As a woman, whatever I do, it'll be more convenient than you. Old Mrs. Shangguan looked around and frowned. Where is the Zhao family? How come no one came? They initially thought that the Zhao family also followed them in the rush. Looking back now, not even a servant from the Zhao family was sent over. This was really outrageous. I'm going to confront them. Shangguan Dehui undid his coat button. I'm going too. Shangguan Su followed Shangguan Dehui. As a nephew on his mother's side, his aunt was being bullied, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, the Zhao family might really think there's no one left in the Shangguan family. Dehui, Xiaoxiu, you two don't act rashly. Enai Tsuehua held the hands of both Shangguan Dehui and Shangguan Su. Old Mrs. Shangguan sighed, Dia is right, you two shouldn't act impetuously. Our Shangguan family always acts logically. Right now, Furong is still in the hospital bed, let's wait for her to wake up first. Shangguan Dehui was impulsive by nature. If he really caused a death, it would be messy. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Dehui and Shangguan Su had no choice but to stop in their tracks. Enai Tsuehua continued, Dehui, you should quickly take them back home. It's late, and the children need to rest. They can come back to see Furong in the morning. Madame Shangguan said, Dia, you go back. I will take care of Furong. I don't trust these kids with Zijuan and Ziqing. Such is the heart of every parent. Madame Shangguan was worried about Shangguan Furong. Only with her personal supervision would she be reassured. After some discussion, it was finally decided that Madame Shangguan would stay with Shangguan Furong, while the others would take Zijuan and Ziqing home to rest. After all the commotion, by the time they got home, it was already midnight. Shangguan Dehui and Enai Tsuehua went to the neighbors to pick up little Enai Yun. Shangguan Shi lay on her bed, unable to sleep with the noises outside her window. She got up and knocked on Enai Yang's door, Yang Yang. Sister Xiaoxi. Enai Yang opened the door. Yang Yang, I can't sleep. Can I chat with you? Shangguan Shi asked. Sure. Enai Yang nodded. The two, dressed in matching pajamas, sat on the bed. Yang Yang, do you think our aunt can get through this? Enai Yang laughed, from adversity comes blessing. Don't worry, your aunt will be fine. After this life and death tribulation, Shangguan Furong should finally realize the truth. Shangguan Shi continued, my uncle is so awful. He always seemed like such a good man. I can't believe he would betray my aunt. And with Lin Fong of all people. Grandma was right. Lin Fong is not a good woman at all. Thankfully, my father stopped her from marrying into our family in time. Enai Yang was slightly surprised. You've known Lin Fong for a while now? Shangguan Shi nodded and didn't hide anything, explaining what happened. Oh, I see. Enai Yang squinted, from what you've said, Lin Fong indeed doesn't seem like good news. The two sisters chatted late into the night, but woke early the next morning. The aroma of food was already wafting from downstairs. Breakfast was prepared by Enai Tsuehua. Everyone, eat quickly. After breakfast, we're going to the hospital to see your aunt. Zhao Ziqing ate heartily, slurping the noodles noisily. Zhao Zijuan said uneasily, Aunt, what happened to my mom? They were asleep throughout the night and had no idea what had transpired. Enai Tsuehua smiled, your mom is fine, she just wasn't feeling well. She's in the hospital right now. Well, go see her after breakfast. Is my mom really okay? Zhao Zijuan asked. She really is. Enai Tsuehua patted his head, hurry and eat. Zhao Ziqing finished her meal before Zhao Zijuan and said to Enai Tsuehua, Aunt, I don't want to go to the hospital. Can I go home instead? Today is the first day of the new year, and Dad said he would take me to Aunt Lin Fang's house to pay a New Year visit. The smile on Enai Kuihua's face turned rigid. Shangguan Dehui banged his chopsticks on the table. don't mention Lin Fang's name again. The air grew quiet. Zhao Ziqing was frightened into tears. All right, let's not scare the child during the holiday. Ni Tsuhua squatted down to comfort Zhao Ziqing. After breakfast, the family, carrying a thermos, went to the hospital to visit Shangguan Furong. When they arrived, Madame Shangguan was just coming out of the ward with a water bottle. Why are you here so early? Have you eaten yet? I was just about to get some hot water from the boiler room. Shangguan Dehui asked, Mother, has Furong woken up? She has. Madame Shangguan nodded. Shangguan Dehui glanced inside. Has anyone from the Zhao family arrived yet? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, Retribution _1 Lady Shangguan shook her head. From last night until now, no one from the Zhao family has shown their face. Hearing that, Shangguan Dehui's face was covered with a layer of anger. Ni Tsuhua took the water bottle from Lady Shangguan's hand. Mom, I'll go fetch water, you go in and eat. Lady Shangguan nodded. They all went into the ward together. Shangguan Furong was sitting at the head of the bed. Her pale face lacked any color. Zhao Zijuan rushed over instantly. Mom. Zijuan. Zhao Ziqing stood by the side. She didn't like her mother. Because her mother never took care of her or looked after her. She liked her grandmother, her father, her brother, and Aunt Lin Fang. Mom, you are okay, right? Worry flickered in Zhao Zijuan's eyes. Mom is okay, Shangguan Furong shook her head. Shangguan Dehui sat on the sofa without saying a word. Ni Yang set the thermos on the coffee table and scooped out a bowl of chicken soup for Shangguan Furong. Auntie, drink soup. Thank you, Yang Yang. Zhao Zijuan took the chicken soup. Mom, let me feed you. All right, Shangguan Furong nodded. Zhao Zijuan carefully fed Shangguan Furong spoonfuls of chicken soup. The chicken soup contained Chinese medicine and tasted slightly bitter. As she drank, Shangguan Furong's eyes grew red. Only through a near-death experience did she come to realize. On this earth, nothing is as precious as life and familial love. The mood was slightly somber. After finishing the chicken soup, Shangguan Furong looked at Shangguan Dehui, who was sitting on the sofa. Brother, I'm sorry. Do you realize your mistake? Shangguan Dehui looked up. I do, Shangguan Furong nodded. I will live well from now on, and won't do anything foolish. Shangguan Dehui continued. Do you realize that it's not just Zhao Shen's fault, but you also made a mistake? Yes. Ni Yang stood up at the right moment. Brother, Sister Xiaoxi, let's take Zijuan and Ziqing out for a walk. It's too stuffy in here. The grudges and disputes amongst the adults didn't do well for the children to hear. It wasn't good for their growth. Okay. Shangguan Shi immediately responded. Shangguan Su carried little Ni Yun, while Ni Yang and Shangguan Shi, together with Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, left the room. After the children left, the atmosphere in the ward became oppressive. Shangguan Dehui spoke silently. Your domineering, unreasonable behavior and extremism have not only harmed yourself, but also almost harmed the two kids. If it weren't for Yang Yang last night, had you jumped down with the two kids, do you know what the consequences would be? Lady Shangguan sighed. Shangguan Furong lowered her head, tears falling from her eyes. What Shangguan Dehui said was true. In this marriage, it wasn't just Zhao Shen's mistake, she also made mistakes. It was fortunate that last night she did not jump down with the two children. Otherwise, it would have been a grave mistake. Brother, I realize my mistake, I truly do. Shangguan Furong closed her eyes. Yang Yang was right, a woman doesn't necessarily need to spend her lifetime with a man. So, I have decided to divorce Zhao Shen. I don't want anything else, except the two children. This time, she truly let go. Shangguan Dehui sighed, it's good if you can think clearly. In a while, Enai Tsuehua walked in with the water bottle. The children also came in from outside. Having stayed in the hospital for so long, Zhao Ziqing was very bored. She looked up at Enai Tsuehua, Auntie, when can I go home? I miss my grandma, my dad. She originally wanted to add that she missed Aunt Lin Fang too, but when she saw Shangguan Dihui's face, she swallowed the rest of her words. Enai Tsuehua felt a bit awkward for a moment, not knowing how to answer Zhao Ziqing. According to Shangguan Furong's intention, these two siblings probably wouldn't be going back to the Zhao family. They were two pitiful children. Shangguan Furong beckoned to Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing. Zijuan, Ziqing, both of you come here. Mom. Zhao Zijuan pulled Zhao Ziqing's hand and walked over. Zijuan, Ziqing, Shangguan Furong held the hands of the two siblings. Mother wants to ask you, do you want to go home? Zhao Ziqing instantly nodded, yes. What about you, Zijuan? Shangguan Furong looked at Zhao Zijuan. Zhao Zijuan, being slightly older than Zhao Ziqing, was quite mature for his age. He hesitated, I want to go home with Mom. Shangguan Furong smiled, Mom can't go back. She could never go back. Why? Zhao Zijuan asked. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Retribution_2. Because your father is now with Aunt Lin Fang, Shangguan Furong replied calmly. Zhao Ziqing laughed and joined in, I really like Aunt Lin Fang. Shangguan Furong felt a sharp twist in her heart, but she maintained a smile on her face. Now, I would give both of you a choice. Do you want to be with your mom or your dad? I want to be with Dad. Zhao Ziqing announced without hesitation. Zhao Zijuan hesitated for a moment. Mom, can I have both? Albeit young, Zhao Zijuan knew that once he chose one, he would lose the other. He wanted both his father and mother. No, you can't. Shangguan Furong shook her head. Then, Zhao Zijuan didn't know how to choose. He didn't want to hurt his mother, but he wanted to be with his father. The teacher once said that a mother is the greatest person in the world. Without his mother, there would be no him. It was his mother who gave him life. It was also his mother who risked her life to give birth to him. If he chose Dad, wouldn't Mom be very sad? But, if he chose his mother, what would happen to his father and grandmother? What should he do? Zhao Zijuan began to sob, and hastily wiped his eyes. The atmosphere instantly turned mournful. Both Madame Shangguan and Enai Tsuehua began to tear up. The most painful thing in this world is not death, but separation in life. Brother, don't cry, let's choose Dad. Zhao Ziqing tugged Zhao Zijuan's sleeve. Shangguan Furong reclined to the head of the bed and said with a light tone, Brother, please take them home. Furong, what about you? An alarmed Madame Shangguan exclaimed. Shangguan Furong shut her eyes. I respect the children's choice. She wasn't a qualified mother. She gave the children life but not the care and attention a mother should provide. This time, she wouldn't force the children to stay by her side. Shangguan Dehui nodded, stood up and said, Zijuan, Ziqing, let's go. Zhao Ziqing held Zhao Zijuan's hand and said cheerfully, Great, I can go home now. Brother, let's go. Watching her children gradually disappear from her sight, Shangguan Furong couldn't help but succumb to her tears, falling like broken beads. Just as they were about to step out of the room, Zhao Zijuan abruptly freed himself from Zhao Ziqing's hand, sprinted to Shangguan Furong, and wept, I want to be with Mom. I want to be with Mom. Mom, I'm not going. If both he and his sister left, then Mom would become all alone. He did not want to leave his mother alone. Zijuan. Shangguan Furong held Zhao Zijuan, sobbing uncontrollably. She did not anticipate that the one to stay with her in the end would be Zhao Zijuan. Nobody had expected Zhao Zijuan to suddenly run back. The atmosphere turned more oppressive and stifling. "Brother, aren't you coming home with me?" Zhao Ziqing tugged at Zhao Zijian's sleeve. "Ziqing, go home, I will stay with Mom." Zhao Zijuan wiped his tears, turned back to look at Shengguan Furong. "Mom, can I still see Ziqing in the future?" "You can." Shengguan Furong nodded. "Brother," Zhao Ziqing pulled at Zhao Zijian's sleeve, "I want to be with you. Let's go home together." The bond between these two siblings was really strong. They grew up together and could never bear to part with one another. This sudden separation caused Zhao Ziqing to break down in tears. "Ziqing, be good, don't cry." Zhao Zijuan choked back a sob, and forced a smile. "I'll visit you when Mom gets discharged. I don't want to be separated from you, brother." Zhao Ziqing held on to Zhao Zijuan tightly. Madame Shengguan also broke down in tears. "Furong, is this divorce absolutely necessary?" She was pained for the children. Once Lin Feng enters the Zhao family, it is predictable that Zhao Ziqing's days won't be pleasant. Both young siblings, one without a father, the other without a mother. The divorce is necessary. Shengguan Furong held back her tears. Madame Shengguan sighed. "How tragic." To avoid prolonged pain, Shengguan Dehui swiftly picked up Zhao Ziqing and moved forward. Zhao Ziqing cried and struggled. "Uncle, let me go. I want my brother." "Brother." Zhao Zijuan watched Zhao Ziqing. "Ziqing, you must listen to Dad and Grandmother at home, brother." Zhao Ziqing's crying gradually faded in the distance. Zhao Zijuan wiped his tears, turned back to look at Shengguan Furong, and smiled. "Mom, I'm okay. Good child. Good child." Madame Shengguan couldn't help but pulled Zhao Zijuan into her arms. Source: web novel. Com updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Retribution_3. Shengguan Dehui drove all the way to bring Zhao Ziqing back to the Zhao family. After what happened last night, Shengguan Dehui couldn't face his own family. He was afraid of his impulse to hit Zhao Shen and crouched down to tell Ziqing, "Ziqing, you should go in quick. Your grandma and father are waiting for you inside." Zhao Ziqing's condition had stabilized a lot, but her eyes were still red. "Uncle, aren't you coming in?" Shengguan Dehui shook his head. "Uncle has things to do, but he'll watch you from here until you go in." Zhao Ziqing said, "Goodbye, uncle." "Goodbye." Shengguan Dehui watched Zhao Ziqing walk through the grand entrance, and then he drove away. As soon as Zhao Ziqing entered the house, the butler noticed her. "The young lady is back." "Madam, the young lady is back." "Butler grandfather." Zhao Ziqing sniffled. Madame Zhao was reciting sutras in the Buddha hall when she heard the butler's call. She came running out from inside. "Ziqing is back." "Where is your brother, Ziqing?" "Brother is with Mom." Zhao Ziqing answered. "Is your mother all right?" Madame Zhao asked in surprise. Zhao Ziqing nodded her head. Madame Zhao continued, "Where is your mother now?" "Mom is at the hospital." Zhao Ziqing replied. Upon learning that Shengguan Furong was all right, Madame Shengguan sighed in relief. "Amitabha, thanks to the blessing of the Bodhisattva. It's good that she is all right." "Who brought you home?" "Uncle brought me home," answered Zhao Ziqing. "Grandma, brother doesn't want us anymore." "I want brother." As she spoke, Zhao Ziqing began to cry. Madame Zhao was shocked. "Ziqing, what happened?" Through her sobs, Zhao Ziqing said, "It was Mom. Mom made us choose between her and Dad. I chose Dad, brother chose Mom. Woo woo. I want brother." Madame Zhao's eyebrows knitted slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. Zhao Zijuan was their legitimate eldest grandson. How could he choose to stay with Shengguan Furong? This was definitely the doing of Shengguan family. Otherwise, Why had they left Zhao Ziqing behind, and only kept Zhao Zijuan? After all, Zhao Zijuan was a boy. Ziqing, don't cry. Your brother will be back. You play around at home first. Grandma is going to make a trip to see your mom. Grandma, are you going to bring brother back? Yes. Madame Zhao nodded her head. She needed to see what was up with Shengguan Furong, while also testing the attitude of the Shengguan family. Zhao Shen couldn't keep hiding all the time. Madame Zhao called the driver and made a trip to the hospital. She also brought along many nutritional supplements. When knocking at the door, Madame Zhao was very nervous. Yes, the Zhao family had not handled the incident well. She was an old lady, so the Shengguan family wouldn't physically harm her, would they? The one who opened the door was Enai Tsuehua. Madame Zhao smiled, Aunt. Enai Tsuehua nodded, you're here. Carrying her nutritional supplements, Madame Zhao walked in. Furong, are you okay? You gave me quite a scare last night. On seeing Madame Zhao, Shengguan Furong was initially stunned, then she shook her head, I'm okay now. That's good to hear. Madame Zhao turned her gaze to Madame Shengguan, her face full of guilt. Elder sister, our Zhao family has wronged you. As the wrong was not done by Madame Zhao, even if Madame Shengguan was angry, she wouldn't take it out on her. It's not your Zhao family that did us wrong. It's Furong who you've wronged. Yes, Furong could be a bit impulsive, but without Zhao Shen's indulgence over the years, could she have turned out this way? From the time of the incident last night to now, not a single person from your Zhao family has come over, not even a phone call. Doesn't human life mean anything to you? Furong might not be perfect, but she gave birth to 2 children for your Zhao family. Madame Shengguan's words were both factually and morally sound, so Madame Zhao found it difficult to refute. You're right, we didn't handle this incident appropriately. Enai Tsuehua brought over a chair, please sit. Thank you, Aunt. Madame Zhao sat down as instructed. Soon, Enai Yang came in with Zhao Zijuan. Seeing Madame Zhao, Zhao Zijuan ran over excitedly, Grandma. Zijuan. Madame Zhao patted Zhao Zijuan's head, and asked with a smile, Zijuan, why didn't you come home with your sister? Zhao Zijuan shook his head, I want to stay and accompany Mom. Madame Zhao was stunned. She hadn't expected that Zhao Zijuan would voluntarily stay with Shengguan Furong. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, Retribution_4. Upon hearing Zhao Ziqing's recount, she had assumed that the Shengguan family was deliberately keeping Zhao Zijuan from coming home. After all, Zhao Zijuan, who she personally raised, had no reason to abandon her. What on earth was going on? Madame Zhao continued, but your sister misses you so much at home, don't you want to play with her? Zhao Zijuan replied, once Mom is better, she will take me to see my sister. Grandma, rest assured, even if I'm by Mom's side, you will always be my grandma and I will take good care of you when I grow up. Madame Zhao's eyes reddened, she turned to Shengguan Furong. Furong? My boy is still so young, how can you bear? Shengguan Furong changed the subject, Mom, where is Zhao Shen? Why haven't we seen him? True enough. Where was Zhao Shen? He was the father of the 2 siblings and, technically, Shengguan Furong's husband. Today Madame Zhao could refrain from visiting the hospital, however, Zhao Shen must come. It was his responsibility as a father and a husband. It was a man's duty. Shengguan Dehui furrowed his brow. Madame Zhao seemed hesitant, he is feeling a bit under the weather, resting at home. Shengguan Furong was not suspicious, nodding her head, then could you please tell him to come to the hospital once he feels better, I have something to discuss with him. What do you need to discuss with him? You can talk to me too, responded Madame Zhao. Just by looking at Shengguan Dehui's menacing face one could tell his prejudices. Would Zhao Shen live to tell the tale if he showed up now? Shangguan Furong calmly said, about the divorce. Divorce? Madame Zhao's eyes dimmed for a moment. Furong, have you thought it through? Shangguan Furong nodded. And what about Zijuan? Madame Zhao continued. Zijuan will stay with me, said Shangguan Furong. Madame Zhao was startled. Why? Shangguan Furong replied, it's Zijuan's own decision. But Zijuan is the blood of our Zhao family. Madame Zhao's voice filled with excitement. Shangguan Furong calmly replied, Zijuan is also the child I carried in my womb for 10 months. She almost died of heavy bleeding during birth. This was the foreshadowing of future trouble. After the near tragedy of childbirth, Zhao Shen cherished her and did not let her lift a finger. He even hired a nanny for their child. But Madame Zhao, who dotes on her grandson, took care of the child herself. She was treasured by the Zhao family and could act as she pleased. It was thanks to Zhao Shen's love and care that she, disregarding her childbirth trauma, had another child for him 2 years later, fulfilling Zhao Shen's dream of having both a son and a daughter. And after that? Their love remained strong as ever. Zhao Shen always listened to her, even suggesting they have more children, but peculiarly, aside from Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing, she had no more children over the years. Madame Zhao continued, Furong, you can't be so heartless. The Zhao family has only Zijuan. If you take him away, it's like taking my life. Shangguan Furong was still as calm as ever. Mom, Ziqing is also the blood of the Zhao family. It's not the same, it's not the same. How could a boy and a girl be the same? A boy represents the heritage of a family. A daughter's marry out like water poured out. Zhao Ziqing is going to marry sooner or later. Shangguan Furong continued, Mom, let Zhao Shen talk to me. At that time, I will let Zijuan and Ziqing decide again. If both of them choose Zhao Shen, I will not object. She won't force things. Are you serious? Madame Zhao was suspicious of the authenticity of the situation. She suspected Shangguan Furong was tricking her, luring Zhao Shen out. Seriously, Shangguan Furong nodded. Madame Zhao continued, but Zhao Shen is a bit indisposed right now. After last night's harsh beating, the doctor says he needs to recuperate for some time. Did Zhao Shen run away? Shangguan Dehui unexpectedly interjected. Madame Zhao was taken aback. How did Shangguan Dehui know Zhao Shen had run away? Shangguan Dehui smiled, Madam, please go back and pass my message to Zhao Shen. As a man, I despise him. He knew only to run when faced with a problem. Where was the dignity of a man? Madame Zhao said, Uncle, you misunderstood. Zhao Shen didn't run away, he is just seriously injured. The implication was that they, the Zhao family, had no intention to pursue Shangguan Dehui over this, thus Shangguan Dehui had no reason not to be pleased. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 715, Retribution_5. Now she was still inquiring about the whereabouts of Zhao Shen. Old lady, you should know about my temper. If I had really acted ruthlessly, he wouldn't have the strength to escape. Shangguan Dehui may have been angry last night, but he hadn't been harsh. Madame Shangguan stepped in at the right moment. All right, Ziqing's grandmother, Furong needs to rest now. You should go back. When Zhao Shen recovers from his injury, then come over. Evading certain matters just won't do. Issues that need to be resolved still have to be resolved. Old Madame Zhao got up from the chair. If that's the case, then I'll leave first. Zijuan, would you like to come home with your grandmother? No, Zhao Zijuan shook his head. Grandma, you go ahead first. Zijuan, your little sister has been crying at home. She says that if you don't go back, she won't stop crying. Old Madame Zhao continued, you're a good big brother, can you bear to let Ziqing cry at home? Zhao Zijuan must not stay at the Shangguans. If the Shangguan family were to sow discord from within, bad-mouthing the Zhao family, and then Zhao Zijuan no longer recognized her as his grandmother or Zhao Shen as his father, what should she do then? Children are like blank sheets of paper, they will do as adults tell them to. Zhao Zijuan is the eldest grandson of the Zhao family, she couldn't let outsiders corrupt him. Zhao Zijuan continued, my little sister is very obedient, as long as you console her a bit more, she won't cry. Grandma, you go back first. Zijuan, don't you want your grandma anymore? Old Madame Zhao's eyes suddenly reddened. I am your real grandmother, Zijuan, don't you want your grandmother anymore? No, Grandma, it's not that I don't want you, I just want to stay with Mom. Grandma, you've always been my grandma. Zhao Zijuan became flustered. He didn't understand why it had come to this. Ni Yang came over and said, Grandma Zhao, since Zijuan doesn't want to go back with you right now, you should go first. Don't worry, nobody here will bully Zijuan. This is scaring him. Ni Yang's voice was light and gentle, pleasing to the ear. Old Madame Zhao sighed and finally let go of Zhao Zijuan, then Grandma will go home first. Zhao Zijuan nodded. After old Madame Zhao left, Zhao Zijuan ran to Shangguan Furong. Mom, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere, I will stay here with you. Good. Shangguan Furong nodded. After old lady Zhao left the hospital, she felt uneasy no matter what. The longer Zhao Zijuan stayed at Shangguan's, the more likely he was to be brainwashed by the Shangguan family and might end up not recognizing anyone. It seems she must quickly get in touch with Zhao Shen. After several transfers, old Madame Zhao finally met Zhao Shen in an inn. Lin Feng was also there. Mom, why are you here? Zhao Shen quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks. Since she had accepted Lin Feng as one of their own, old Madame Shangguan did not hesitate to tell them the whole story. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng could not hide her joy. Divorce. That's great. They were finally getting a divorce. Shenbao, Zijuan is our descendant of Zhao family, how can we just give him to the Shangguan family? Why don't you negotiate with Furong, give Ziqing to her if it's okay, anyway we can't give Zijuan to her. As she spoke, old Madame Zhao started to cry. Lin Feng quickly said, Auntie is right, Zijuan carries the Zhao family's bloodline and heritage, we can't let the Shangguan family take him away. It's just a child. If he were to come back, it wouldn't pose any threat to her. She had her ways of dealing with children. Old Madame Zhao excitedly held Lin Feng's hand. Xiaoan understands me. Zhao Shen then asked, is Furong okay now? Old Madame Zhao said, good people don't live long, but the scourges last for 1,000 years. Rest assured, she's fine. Zhao Shen breathed a sigh of relief. What about brother? Is he still angry? Old Madame Zhao frowned, looking at Shangguan Dehui. I could tell he was still quite angry. How about this, you bring a few more people when you go. If he dares beat you, we won't be afraid of the Shangguan family. Things had come to this point, and they could only risk a chance. Now you pack up and come back with me, and we will discuss what we should do. Then we will pay a visit to the Shangguan family. All right. Zhao Shen nodded. Lin Feng returned to the Zhao family with them. The Zhao family was magnificent and luxurious, comparing it to the Chang family was like comparing heaven and earth. Lin Feng felt extraordinarily pleased thinking about how she would soon become the mistress of this place. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Are you even human? Dehui roared, yanking Shenbao to his feet. Uncle. Don't hit my dad. Zijuan clung to Dehui's leg. Crying out loud, Shenbao confessed, I have no choice, no choice. He wanted both of his children, but it was impossible in this situation. For the sake of the children, Dehui then let go of Shenbao. Ziqing clung to her father's leg bawling, Ziqing will be good and listen to Dad. Dad, don't abandon me. I don't want to stay with Mom. Mrs. Shengwan and Ni Tsuehua also started crying. What's happening here? Come with me, Dehui demanded, patting Shenbao's shoulder. Shenbao slowly rose to his feet. Uncle. Zijuan worried he was going to make things harder for Shenbao. Don't worry, Zijuan, I just want to talk to your dad. Dehui escorted Shenbao to an empty room next door, locked the door, and without a word, punched Shenbao in the face. This punch is for Furong and the kids. After this, you're no longer part of our family. You're an unworthy father and an unworthy husband. Shenbao's recently healed face started swelling again. Immediately after speaking, Dehui raised his fist again and Shenbao instinctively tried to dodge, but to his surprise, Dehui directed his punch toward his own face. Was he really hitting himself? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717, Retribution _7 Zhao Shen was stunned. After the punch, Shengwan Dehui's face was red and swollen. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. This punch, I owe it to your Zhao family. As the elder brother, I failed to manage my little sister properly, letting her do as she pleased and cause such a major disaster. Zhao Shen's infidelity was unforgivable. Shengwan Furong's arrogance fueled by favoritism too was unforgivable. Both of them were equally to blame. Brother, Zhao Shen choked out, I was wrong, I really was. Shengwan Dehui licked the back of his teeth. From now on, our two families will have no relation whatsoever. You should go back to addressing me as Mr. Shengwan. After finishing, Shengwan Dehui pulled open the door and left without looking back. Zhao Shen stood in place, crying bitterly. Only after a while did he walk out of the room. Upon exiting, he discovered that Shengwan Dehui had not gone to the ward but was on the corridor, smoking a cigarette. It had been more than 20 years since he had seen Shengwan Dehui smoke. Go in. Shengwan Dehui extinguished the butt of the cigarette. Both their faces were red and swollen, an embarrassing sight that startled both Grandma Shengwan and Ni Tsuehua. Were these two men involved in a fight? Dehui, you? Shengwan Dehui waved his hand. It's okay, I knocked myself. What coincidence, the two of them bumped into something simultaneously. Zhao Shen signed his name on the divorce agreement and stamped his seal. At this real moment of relief, he should feel relaxed, but for some reason, his mood was surprisingly heavy, very heavy. Zhao Ziqing walked over and carefully tugged at Zhao Shen's clothes. Dad, you won't abandon me, right? No. Zhao Shen shook his head, handing over the signed divorce papers to Shengwan Furong. As he was leaving, Zhao Shen said, Ziqing, go hug your mother. No. Ziqing shook her head. She didn't like her mother, it was her mother who separated her and her brother. She would never forgive her mother in this lifetime. She liked Auntie Lin Fong. Let's go. Shengwan Dehui looked at everyone else, then said, Ziqing, say goodbye to your grandmother, your mother, and your uncles. Goodbye. Zhao Ziqing waved her hand. Little sister, tears welled up in Zhao Zijin's eyes. Brother. Just as Zhao Ziqing was about to reach for Zijin's hand, Zhao Shen scooped her up. Ziqing, it's time for us to go home. Zhao Ziqing started crying and complaining. To prevent their mother from getting upset, Zhao Zijuan held back his tears. Shengwan Furong couldn't bear to see them this way. Zijuan, go see off your little sister. Zhao Zijuan sprinted out to chase after the departing black car, chasing it far and far away. Little sister, don't worry, I will come to see you. I promise. At the Zhao's family house. From the moment Zhao Shen left, Grandma Zhao had been standing at the gate, watching for Zhao Shen's return. At last, she noticed the familiar car arriving. Grandma Zhao quickly rushed to greet it, Zijuan. But the ones who got out of the car were Zhao Shen and Zhao Ziqing. Zhao Zijuan was nowhere to be seen. Grandma Zhao's face turned ashen. Where's Zijuan? Zhao Shen reluctantly replied. Zijuan chose to go with Furong. What? Grandma Zhao raised her cane. Unfilial son. How could you let the bloodline of our Zhao family just slip away? Weren't you supposed to switch Ziqing and Zijuan? You unfilial son. After all, Shengguan Furong can still bear more children, but the Zhao family only has one eldest grandson. Zhao Ziqing, looking at Grandma Zhao, felt that her grandmother was a frightening stranger. Why didn't her grandmother want her? Zhao Shen sighed. Mother, Ziqing is also the flesh and blood of our Zhao family. Can they be the same? Go and bring Zijuan back immediately. Bring my great-grandson back. I want my great-grandson. Grandma Zhao cried and complained. Suddenly, she blacked out and collapsed. Zhao Shen was frightened. Mom. The doctor soon arrived. After some resuscitation, he sighed. The old lady has suffered a stroke as a result of acute anger. There is no immediate danger to her life now, but she will have after effects. What kind of after effects? Zhao Shen questioned impatiently. The doctor casually adjusted his glasses. She will be bedridden due to hemiplegia and will also have difficulty speaking. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:18, Ni Yang takes action. _1 Hearing the doctor's words, Zhao Shen felt a thud in his heart. Stroke? Paralysis? Is there any chance of my mother recovering? Zhao Shen asked next. The doctor shook his head regretfully. Zhao Shen's face turned terribly pale in an instant. How could this be? He clutched his head in agony, slowly sliding down until he sat against the door frame. Dad. Zhao Ziqing tugged at Zhao Shen's sleeve. Zhao Shen grabbed Zhao Ziqing and burst into loud sobs. Zhao Ziqing was also scared into crying. Upon learning that Madame Zhao had been paralyzed, Lin Feng was exceptionally pleased. Since times immemorial, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was the most complex. Now, once she married into the Zhao family, she wouldn't have to worry about this issue. Changyu also felt very happy. Even though she couldn't become the daughter of the Shengguan family, the Zhao family wasn't bad either. The Zhao family, after all, was also a prominent family. Her ultimate goal was to be a wealthy young lady. She didn't mind whose daughter she ended up as. Mum, when can we move into the Zhao family's home? Ever since Changyu witnessed the grandeur of the Zhao family, she became dissatisfied with her own home. Lin Feng narrowed her eyes. Soon, this time, there is no one to stand in our way. That very day, Lin Feng visited the Zhao family to offer Zhao Shen and Zhao Ziqing her warmth. Zhao Shen was moved by Lin Feng and gradually emerged from his grief. A month later, Shengguan Furong was successfully discharged from the hospital. And Lin Feng and Zhao Shen joyfully entered the realm of matrimony. Perhaps out of guilt, or a wish to keep a low profile, they didn't have a big wedding, only inviting some of the Zhao relatives. Madame Zhao, sitting in her wheelchair, wore a look of contentment as she watched Zhao Shen and Lin Feng. It was okay for her to lose a grandson. Lin Feng was still young and able to bear children. She was certain that she could wait until the birth of her great-grandson. Madame Zhao's eyes were filled with determination. Changyu went from ordinary girl to wealthy daughter and suddenly became the center of attention. Everywhere she went, she was surrounded by people. Whenever she saw Ni Yang at school, she wore a contemptuous expression, acting as if her nose was in the air. What was Ni Yang? A petty trader who could not make a public appearance. She was the rich heir of the Zhao family. Could she even be compared with her? Ni Young was there to take an entrance exam that day. As she walked to the classroom door, she was blocked by an arm. "What do you want?" Her eyes lifted slightly, her clear face tinged with a hint of anger. "Ni Young, look, this is 20 yuan. If you crawl under my arm and bark like a dog, this money will be yours." Chang Yu held up 2 big notes, her face filled with satisfaction. Why did Ni Young become a petty trader? Wasn't it for money? She could finally trample Ni Young under her foot. With money, Chang Yu could make Ni Young work like an ox or a horse. A good dog does not stand in the way. If you're sick, go to the hospital. The school is not a place for you to act out. Ni Young gracefully raised her hand, seemingly without any effort, swiped off Chang Yu's arm. Chang Yu staggered, almost falling down. Chang Yu turned white with anger. "You dare to push me? So what if I pushed you?" Ni Young turned her gaze back slightly, a touch of wanton smile on her lips. Not content? She was rather defiant. Chang Yu was almost choked to death by Ni Yang's attitude. When Ni Young was a petty trader, she was suppressed by her. Now, even though she has become a wealthy lady, Ni Young still suppresses her. Why, on what basis does Ni Young do this? Ni Young, you little slut. You dare to push me. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Believe it or not, I'll tell my dad and you won't get away with it. Chang Yu hissed nastily. Ni Young gave a slight smile. "I don't know who your dad is, but I know who your mom is, a mistress who is willing to sleep with any man. By the way, do you know what a mistress is? A person who deliberately interferes with other people's happy families. Seeing you being so smug, your mom must have been very successful in stealing someone else's man, right?" Ni Young always had a score to settle. If Chang Yu didn't offend her, she naturally wouldn't divulge this matter in front of the whole class, but now Chang Yu made her uncomfortable and she didn't feel obliged to turn the other cheek. Moreover, she wasn't the type to pay back kindness with ingratitude. As soon as these words came out, the whole class, some dozens of pairs of eyes, all looked towards Chang Yu. A mistress. It wasn't a good reputation. No wonder Chang Yu suddenly became rich recently, and all the clothes she wore cost a couple of 100 yuan each. So it turned out that her mother had done something scandalous. Chang Yu's face suddenly turned white. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, Ni Young takes action. _2. Ni Young, that damned little bitch. How did she know? What are you spouting nonsense about? Ni Young walked to her seat and meticulously arranged her books. If I'm spouting nonsense, you can sue me for defamation in court. Chang Yu had nothing to say, her feelings bottling up in her chest, making her feel suffocated. Just you wait. She will definitely get her revenge. Chang Yu turned around and walked out of the classroom. Anyway, she's now a wealthy young lady. Whether she studies or goes to college doesn't matter. She's not like Ni Young, that little bitch, who has to rely on university to change her life. The next day, Shangguan Furong took Zhao Zijuan to the Zhao family to see Zhao Ziqing. But Lin Fang blocked the door and did not let her in. "Lin Fang, you have no right to keep me out." Shangguan Furong squinted her eyes. Lin Fang said smugly, "I am now the mistress of this house, and I decide who can come in. I tell you now that you have no right to set foot in our house." Shangguan Furong did not want to argue with her. "I am still Ziqing's mother. What right do you have to prevent me from coming in?" Lin Fang gave Shangguan Furong a look. "It depends on whether Ziqing still recognizes you as her mother." Ziqing, come here." Chang Yu, holding Zhao Ziqing's hand, came out. "Mom, did you call me?" Lin Fang nodded. "Ziqing, come to Mom." Shangguan Furong was stunned. She did not expect Zhao Ziqing to switch so quickly. Is Lin Feng really that good? Making her call moms so sweetly? Lin Feng pointed at Shangguan Furong. Ziqing, do you want this woman to come into our house? I don't want to. Zhao Ziqing shook her head. Zhao Zijuan got anxious. Sister. She is our mother. Zhao Ziqing said, she is not my mother. Aunt Lin Feng is 1,000 times better than Shangguan Furong. Zhao Ziqing continued, brother, you don't follow her. Come back to mom and dad, or I'll ignore you. She's not our mother. Zhao Zijuan said, she is Aunt Lin Feng. Ziqing, how can you not even recognize your mother? Then you are not my brother. I don't want you anymore. Zhao Ziqing yelled out in anger. After yelling, Zhao Ziqing took Chang Yu's hand and said, sister, let's go. Zhao Ziqing has been very happy during this time. Lin Feng treats her better than her own daughter, and she has long since forgotten others. Shangguan Furong watched Zhao Ziqing's departing figure in disbelief, her eyes slowly turning red. This was her own doing, she could blame no one else. Lin Feng scoffed and said, see, it's your own daughter who doesn't recognize you. It has nothing to do with me. Hurry up and leave, you are not welcome here. A divorced woman still wandering around, aren't you ashamed? Shangguan Furong took a deep breath. Where is Zhao Shen? I want to see Zhao Shen. She had a peaceful divorce with Zhao Shen. They agreed during their divorce that as long as Zijuan misses them, he can visit the Zhao family at any time. Zhao Shen will not see you, get out. If I have to call the servants, it will be embarrassing for everyone. Don't think Lin Feng didn't know what Shangguan Furong was thinking. She just wanted to seduce Zhao Shen, to rekindle their old flame, right? No way. It had only been 3 days since she had married Zhao Shen, and here was Shangguan Furong, already trying to interfere. How shameless. As long as she was there, she would never let Shangguan Furong see Zhao Shen. Mom, let's go. Zhao Zijuan tugged at Shangguan Furong's sleeve. I don't want to see Dad anymore, and I don't miss Grandma. He didn't want his mother to bear the brunt of others' displeasure. Aunt Lin Feng was quite gentle and kind before, but he didn't know why she had changed like this now. However, as long as he knew that his sister was doing well now, he was at ease. Before Shangguan Furong could respond, Lin Feng slammed the front gate shut, and ordered the servants not to open the door to Shangguan Furong in the future. On their wedding day, Lin Feng dismissed the old butler, and there was a major reshuffling of the Zhao family staff. Now, the Zhao family was no longer what it used to be. As soon as Lin Feng entered the villa, Zhao Shen came out from inside. Who was that outside just now? Just someone asking for directions. Lin Feng replied. Oh. Zhao Shen nodded, not suspecting anything. To demonstrate her devotion and virtues, Lin Feng then said, Shen, let me take care of our mom from now on. No matter what, the servants are outsiders, and am a little worried. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, Ni Yang takes action. _3. Lady Zhao is now unable to speak, even if the maid treats her badly, she can't voice it. In fact, Zhao Shen is quite concerned. Zhao Shen trusts Lin Feng more than other maids. Zhao Shen nodded with a smile, then I'll have to trouble you. It's not troublesome. Lin Feng shook her head, this is what I should do as a daughter-in-law. I also have experience from taking care of my mother-in-law. Lady Chang is now also living at Zhao's house. Her condition is similar to Lady Zhao's, paralyzed and mute. Zhao Shen said emotionally, Lin Feng, to be able to marry you, is my good fortune for 3 lifetimes. Lin Feng's face flushed. Then that night, to show that she really had experience and devotion, Lin Fang changed Lady Zhao's diapers and cleaned her in front of Zhao Shen. There was a particular smell in the room, but Lin Fang's face was full of smiles. In the twinkling of an eye, a month passed, during which Lin Fang took care of Lady Zhao. She was feeling more and more uncomfortable. After all, which wealthy lady needs to personally take care of the elderly? Zhao Shen was very busy, becoming unavailable at home after the third day of their marriage. He didn't even see her hardship. When he occasionally visited, she had to try her best to please Zhao Shen. What is this? Why was it that when Shengguan Furong was here, everyone in the Zhao family treated her like a princess, but when she arrived, she had to be the maid, serving this and that? Does she deserve to be Zhao's old maid? This cannot go on. She came to the Zhao's home to enjoy a life of leisure. Lin Fang suppressed her frustrations, and with a bowl of chicken soup, she opened the door to Lady Zhao's bedroom. "Mom." Hearing Lin Fang's voice, Lady Zhao turned to look at her. Over the past few days, Lin Fang had been serving her diligently, and Lady Zhao was very satisfied with this new daughter-in-law. "Mom, drink soup." Lin Fang scooped up a spoonful of chicken soup to feed Lady Zhao. It had a strong scent of Chinese medicine. Lady Zhao turned her head, not wanting to drink. Now she couldn't speak and could only express herself through actions. If it was a few days ago, Lin Fang would definitely kindly say, "Mom, if you don't want to drink it, I'll get you another bowl." But Lin Fang did not have such patience today. Thinking of this, Lin Fang slammed the chicken soup on the table, expressing angrily, "Drink it or don't." Lady Zhao widened her eyes in disbelief looking at Lin Fang. Was she hallucinating? Lin Fang didn't care and turned to walk out the door. Lady Zhao lay in bed, her mouth open, making sounds, her body twisting. What's wrong now? Lin Fang turned back to look at Lady Zhao. Because of a stroke, Lady Zhao was now twisted and could not even make regular expressions, only able to stare at Lin Fang. Just as Lin Fang got to the bed, she smelled a foul odor. Defecation again. Over the past few days, Lin Fang had cleaned up Lady Zhao's feces and urine countless times, and at this moment, smelling this made her feel sick enough to vomit. Lady Zhao could do nothing but watch Lin Fang shed tears. After venting her frustrations, Lin Fang headed downstairs. Zhao Ziqing and Chang Yu were just coming in. "Mom. Sister is taking my things." Zhao Ziqing ran over to complain. "What's yours?" "That piano is a gift from Dad to me," Chang Yu said angrily. Becoming the Zhao family's daughter seems glamorous on the surface, but in reality, she's been taking hits from all sides. She's obviously much older than Zhao Ziqing, yet Zhao Ziqing bosses her around. Such dominance at such a young age. A child born of a mother, yet not educated by one. "That's my dad. This is my house. You have no shame." Zhao Ziqing continued, "Mom, you criticize big sister. She's the older one, she should give in to the younger one. Lin Fang treats her very well, almost indulging her in every way. Even if it's her fault, Lin Fang would stand by her side. Who'd you say has no shame?" Lin Fang looked at Zhao Ziqing with a smile on her face. Zhao Ziqing thought Lin Fang was going to support her, pointing at Chang Yu and said, "She has no shame. Dad is my dad, that piano Dad bought is mine." Lin Fang's face stiffened. "Who has no shame? Say it again." Even Chang Yu was stunned. "Mom." Lin Fang said, "Xiao Yu, from today you do not need to give in to her." Zhao Ziqing's eyes welled up, she began to cry loudly, "Dad. Woo, shut up." Lin Fang no longer wanted to pretend. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Moreover, Mom originally had a stroke due to distress. As long as we take care of her, it will be fine. Zhao Shen sighed in relief. That's good. He was a filial son and couldn't bear to see Granny Zhao suffer at all. The fact that he hadn't brought Zhao Zijuan back home, resulting in Granny Zhao ending up in this condition, had already made him feel very guilty. That's not the case. Lin Feng is a wicked woman. Granny Zhao gazed at Zhao Shen, her eyes wide open, making constant noises. But how could Zhao Shen understand Zhao Granny's intention? He wasn't a mind reader. Lin Feng continued, Dear Shen, Dr. Xie said our mom needs plenty of rest for her illness. We should not disturb her rest. Look, she is even getting upset. All right. Zhao Shen nodded, let's go. Don't go. Zhao Shen, don't go. You've been fooled by Lin Feng, the wicked woman. Granny Zhao watched Zhao Shen's retreating figure, anxiety filled her eyes. However, Zhao Shen still followed Lin Feng and left. Seeing the now closed door, Granny Zhao felt as lifeless as ashes. Oh, God. It would have been better for her to die than live through such agony. But, on second thought, if she died, there would be no one to expose Lin Feng's crime. So she must live on. She must live on. There was a firm resolve in Granny Zhao's eyes. Zhao Shen stayed at home for 2 days during his return. Granny Zhao and Zhao Ziqing also had 2 peaceful days. But as soon as Zhao Shen left, Lin Feng resumed her true nature. Zhao Ziqing now really liked going to school. She was extremely afraid of spending time at home. She also missed her brother and mother more and more. She hoped that her brother and mother could come to see her again. In fact, Shengguan Furong did came, but was stopped by Lin Feng at the door, as usual. Shengguan Furong returned with Zhao Zijuan. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, Ni Yang takes action. _5. Auntie, didn't you take Zijuan back home to see Ziqing? Ni Yang was a bit surprised to see Shengguan Furong return so quickly. Shengguan Furong sighed. Lin Feng didn't want to let us in. Last time she had at least seen Zhao Ziqing, but this time, Zhao Ziqing hadn't appeared at all. Lin Feng didn't want to? Ni Yang furrowed her brows slightly. Then did you see Uncle Zhao? Shengguan Furong shook her head, no. Ni Yang continued, Auntie, I think you need to have a good talk with Uncle Zhao. There seems to be something fishy about this. Although Zhao Shen was disloyal to love, his character wasn't the worst. This could be seen from the fact he gave half of his properties to Shengguan Furong. Shengguan Furong hesitated for a moment, then said, okay, I'll go find him now. Shengguan Furong and Zhao Shen had been a couple for half a lifetime. It would be easy for her to find Zhao Shen. Zhao Shen was surprised to see Shengguan Furong actively seeking him out. He had thought that he and Shengguan Furong would never interact for the rest of their lives. Over the past couple of months, Shengguan Furong seemed to have changed a lot. And yet it seemed like nothing had changed. Shedding her intimidating demeanor, she had become a lot more gentle, and there was an added softness in her eyes. Zhao Zijuan was overjoyed to see Zhao Shen, running over excitedly, Dad. My son. Zhao Shen lifted Zhao Zijuan into his arms. Zhao Zijuan wrapped his arms around Zhao Shen's neck. Dad, this is the best. You haven't abandoned me. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Nonsense. How could Dad ever abandon you? Shengguan Furong spoke at the right moment. Zijuan and I have returned twice but were turned away both times. That's why Zijuan thought you didn't want him anymore. Returned? Zhao Shen frowned slightly. When did you return? Nobody told me. Shengguan Furong replied, on the 3rd day after you and Lin Feng received your marriage certificate. Zijuan said he missed you guys, so I took him back once. We also returned today, but Lin Feng wouldn't let us in. She said you didn't want to see us. Zhao Shen didn't say anything. He seemed to remember, that day he asked who was at the door, but Lin Feng said it was someone asking for directions. What's going on? Lin Feng was never a petty person. Why would she hide this? Zhao Shen continued, there must have been some misunderstanding. I've just finished my work for today, so I'll take you two back. Mom will be thrilled to see Zijuan. Okay, Shengguan Furong nodded. Zhao Shen drove with the mother and son away. Zhao Zijuan sat in the passenger seat while Lin Feng sat in the rear. Zhao Zijuan hadn't seen Zhao Shen for a long time. Now, father and son had a belly full of words to share. The car was getting closer and closer to the villa. A servant rushed back into the villa. Ma'am, the master has returned. At this time, Lin Feng was venting her anger by beating Zhao Ziqing. At the news, she was startled. What? A glimmer of hope flashed in Zhao Ziqing's eyes. Great. Dad's back. Dad's back, she wouldn't have to be beaten. The master returned with, the servant repeated. Lin Feng swiftly hid the needle. You beast, go back to your room and read. If you dare to say anything out of line, I'll kill you. Then she ordered, have someone tidy up madam's room. All right, the servant nodded, quickly finding another servant to go upstairs. Lin Feng adjusted her hair and clothes and went towards the door. Just as she was out the door, she saw Zhao Shen step out of the car. Before she could react, the car door in the rear opened and Shengguan Furong came out. Shengguan Furong? How did she get here? What a shameless hussy. Lin Feng was fuming, but had to maintain a pleasant smile on her face, stepping forward courteously. Brother Shen, welcome back. Sister Furong is also here, come inside. Shengguan Furong looked at Lin Feng and said, you really are quick at changing faces. Lin Feng stepped back as forward, her eyes watering up. Sister Furong, I know I wronged you. It's only right for you to dislike me. Shengguan Furong impatiently brushed her off. I don't have time to watch your theatrics. Zijuan, let's go inside to see Grandma and your sister. Okay. Zhao Zijuan cheered and ran into the house. This was once Zhao Zijuan's home, and he was familiar with every corner of the villa. Seeing the place he had once lived in, Zhao Zijuan almost started to cry. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, Ni Yang takes action. _6. This place isn't his home anymore. Zhao Zijuan rushed all the way to Zhao Ziqing's bedroom. Little sister. Little sister. Was this his brother's voice? Zhao Ziqing thought she was hearing things. After all, she would often hear her mother and brother's voices in her dreams recently. Only when she opened the door did she realize she wasn't hallucinating. Zhao Ziqing embraced Zhao Zijuan tightly and began to cry. Brother. Woo woo. I'm sorry, brother. I missed you so much. Lin Feng stood behind, a displeased expression in her eyes. Little beast. Just wait till everyone leaves, shall see how I'll deal with her. It's okay, little sister. Confucius once said, which person without faults isn't a sage? So, brother forgives you. Thank you, brother. Zhao Ziqing wanted to hug Shengguan Furong again, but she dared not. She was afraid Lin Feng would stab her with a needle again. Zhao Zijuan then asked, where's Grandma? Should we visit her? Zhao Shen stepped forward. Grandma is upstairs, I'll take you up. At this point, Lin Feng stepped in. Mom just went to sleep. Why don't we go downstairs for some tea first, then visit her after a while? It hasn't been long. What if things upstairs aren't cleaned up yet? Zhao Shen, being an obedient son, turned to Shengguan Furong. Should we wait a while before going to see Mom? Shangguan Furong glanced at her wristwatch. All right. They waited downstairs for over half an hour before Zhao Shen took them upstairs. Upstairs was already tidied up. Old Lady Zhao was lying in bed, tears of excitement filling her eyes when she saw Shangguan Furong and Zhao Zijuan approach. This isn't a dream, is it? Grandma. Zhao Zijuan sprinted over. Seeing Zhao Zijuan, whom she had been missing terribly, Old Lady Zhao momentarily forgot about her anger. Seeing Old Lady Zhao on the bed, Shangguan Furong asked in surprise, what happened to her? Having been mother and daughter-in-law with Old Lady Zhao for over a decade and calling Mrs. Shangguan Mom for so many years, some habits can't be changed overnight. Moreover, Old Lady Zhao had been truly kind to her in the past. She didn't realize this until now. Old Lady Zhao was fed up with her, which led to her subsequent actions, so now, Shangguan Furong didn't blame her. She didn't blame anyone. Zhao Shen sighed. A while ago, she was shocked and suffered a stroke. She's been like this ever since. Did you get a doctor to look at her? Shangguan Furong asked. Yes. Zhao Shen nodded. Shangguan Furong pressed on. What did the doctor say? Zhao Shen sighed again, remaining silent for fear that Old Lady Zhao would be heartbroken if she heard. Shangguan Furong slightly frowned, walked over to Old Lady Zhao. Mom, how are you feeling now? Old Lady Zhao could not say anything, only making whimpering noises. Mom, do you have something to tell me? As people who had spent over a decade together, Shangguan Furong immediately understood Old Lady Zhao's intentions. The whimpering got louder. Shangguan Furong continued, if you have something to say to me, please blink your eyes. Old Lady Zhao blinked. Lin Fang knew something was amiss, fearing Shangguan Furong would find out something. She immediately walked over and said, Sister Furong, Mom hasn't seen Zijuan in such a long time. She's probably thankful that you brought him over today. While saying this, she gave Old Lady Zhao a warning look. Shangguan Furong continued, Zhao Shen, I know a doctor who might be able to help Mom. Who? Zhao Shen asked eagerly. Hope appeared in Old Lady Zhao's eyes. Yang. Shangguan Furong replied. These days, she had seen what Ni Yang could do and believed that Ni Yang could cure Old Lady Zhao. Yang? Zhao Shen furrowed his brows, but isn't Yang only 19? Upon hearing this, Lin Fang felt relieved. 19? What could a little girl of 19 know about medicine? Shangguan Furong continued, Yang is really incredible. Do you remember that kid Guobao from the Yang family? I do. Zhao Shen nodded. Shangguan Furong said, Guobao was cured by Yang. Now everyone calls Yang the little divine doctor. Hearing this, Zhao Shen had some expectations, then let's invite Yang over now. I'll go. Shangguan Furong said, Zijuan, stay here with Dad. Luckily today was a weekend, both Ni Yang and Ni Tsuehua were at the Shangguans. Soon, Shangguan Furong had brought Ni Yang over. Seeing Ni Yang, Lin Fang was astonished. Wasn't this girl the one who was with Mrs. Shangguan at the clothing store last time? She called Shangguan Furong Auntie. Could it be that her mother married Shangguan Dehui? My God! Could the incident at the clothing store have been orchestrated by Ni Yang? A fury rose in Lin Fang's heart. Zhao Shen said, Yang, we're counting on you to help Mom. I'll do my best. After saying this, Ni Yang went over to Old Lady Zhao's side to check her pulse. Old Lady Zhao's condition was very serious, far worse than Ni Yang had imagined. Ni Yang slightly furrowed her brows, the long lashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. Lin Fang smirked mockingly, I heard from Sister Furong that little divine doctor is very proficient. I'm sure the little divine doctor can cure Mom's illness, right? Divine doctor? She looked more like a quack to her. A youngster coming out to swindle others. Ni Yang looked back at Lin Fang with a smile, the corners of her mouth revealing a light dimple. I may not have other talents, but I do have ways to make Old Lady Zhao speak. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, Revealing the Truth. _1 Could N.I. Yang really get Madame Zhao to speak? How could that be possible? Does she think she's an immortal fairy? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was neither flustered nor surprised. She almost wanted to laugh. The little divine doctor must be a very competent person then. N.I. Yang smiled faintly, did not respond, just pulled out a gold needle from her bag, and unblocked the acupoints of Madame Zhao. A gentle breeze lifted the curtain. Despite the winter weather, N.I. Yang, dressed in a plain white cheongsam with a light purple coat over it, did not seem to feel the cold at all. Her fair fingers skillfully handled the gold needle, puncturing accurately into the acupoints. Everything looked as serene as a painting. During the acupuncture, Madame Zhao slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Zhao Shen anxiously asked, Yang, what's wrong with my mom? Lin Feng was shocked. Ah. Mom, she isn't. Is she dead? It would be great if the old lady was dead. If she was dead, Lin Feng wouldn't have any concerns. Lin Feng was exhilarated. This could give her the perfect opportunity to put N.I. Yang and Shengguan Furong behind bars. For causing harm to others. This was no minor crime. If the old lady died and, incidentally, she got rid of Shengguan Furong and N.I. Yang, it would be killing two birds with one stone. It's fine, said N.I. Yang while maintaining her composure. She just fell asleep because I hit the Anmin acupoint. Oh. Zhao Shen nodded in relief. After hearing this, Lin Feng was utterly disappointed. Not dead? But even if she didn't die, she probably wouldn't live much longer anyway. N.I. Yang could at best be said to be attractive. How could she possibly know genuine medical skills? Just then, footstep sounds could be heard from outside the door. Chang Yu walked in from outside. Mom, Dad, I heard a miracle doctor is treating Grandma. I came especially to take a look. Xiaoya, come over here. Let me introduce you, this is your Aunt Furong. And this miracle doctor is your Aunt Furong's niece. Lin Feng deliberately put emphasis on the term miracle doctor, somewhat mocking. Upon seeing N.I. Yang, Chang Yu was completely taken aback. N.I. Yang? A business owner appearing at the Zhao family home? Was the Zhao family a place she could enter? What miracle doctor? Isn't she just a noodle shop owner? Chang Yu said dismissively. A noodle shop owner. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's smirk became more pronounced. She laughed and said, this is the first time I've heard that a noodle seller could become a miracle doctor. Chang Yu continued, Dad, don't be fooled by her. This N.I. Yang was my classmate, she was just a noodle seller and wouldn't know anything about medicine. What if something happens to Grandma during her treatment? Who will be responsible then? Could such a small business owner be trusted? Lin Feng was displeased. Xiaoya, what are you talking about? This little miracle doctor here is your Aunt Furong's niece. After all, your Aunt Furong and your grandmother have the in-law relationship. How could she possibly harm your grandmother? Although these words seemed to be defending Shengguan Furong, on the contrary they covertly hinted that Shengguan Furong wanted to harm Madame Zhao. Only then did Chang Yu understand what Lin Feng meant. N.I. Yang was now Shengguan Furong's niece? What happened? Could it be that N.I. Yang's mother had married into the Shengguan family? If that was the case, then the incident in the clothing store the other time was definitely planned out by N.I. Yang. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Almost instantaneously, Chang Yu and Lin Feng were on the same page. N.I. Yang, this scumbag. She was really shameless. Chang Yu narrowed her eyes. I am not talking nonsense. Mom, you go and ask around on the streets, how many noodle vendors can practice medicine? This person was brought here by Aunt Furong, right? Aunt Furong should take full responsibility if anything happens to Grandma, right? Shangguan Furong stood up from her chair. You mother and daughter should stop your duo. If something does happen to mother today, I, Shangguan Furong, will take full responsibility. I won't let anyone else get implicated. Furong, don't get angry, I trust you, said Zhao Shen, and then turned to Lin Fong and Xiaoya. You two have no manners. Lin Fong was normally a person who was good at accommodating people's moods, but today, she didn't know what happened. She kept provoking Shangguan Furong and Ni Yang. Lin Fong played the victim. Xiaoya and I are also considering for Mom's sake. Mom is already so seriously ill. If she, towards the end, she was crying so hard she couldn't speak. If an outsider saw this, they would really think Lin Fong was a filial and good daughter-in-law. Zhao Shen sighed. All right, I got it. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726, Revealing the Truth. _3. Ni Yang nodded, squeezed out the air in the syringe, and aimed it at the vein on Granny Zhao's arm. The room fell quiet. Everyone's gaze was focused on Ni Yang and Granny Zhao. According to Ni Yang, after this injection, Granny Zhao should be able to speak. Could it be true? Especially Lin Fong and Chang Yu, their hearts were beating anxiously. What if Granny Zhao really could talk? What would they do then? Would Zhao Shen kick them out of the Zhao family? Zhao Shen walked over, nervously asking, Mom, how are you feeling now? The only response to Zhao Shen was a hum. Lin Fang's tense heart finally relaxed. Good. She knew this Ni Yang was not capable. Chang Yu snorted. Didn't someone just swear that my grandmother could speak after the injection? Ni Yang didn't get angry. His handsome face remained calm as he walked over to Granny Zhao and removed the golden needle from the Sulio acupoint. Granny, how do you feel now? Granny Zhao looked at Ni Yang. Her stiff throat seemed to ease up, and she tried to say something. Smoke. She could speak. She finally could speak. Yang. Mom, you can speak. Zhao Shen rushed over. Shen Bao. Granny. Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing also came over. Zijuan, Ziqing. Granny Zhao's eyes turned red. Lin Fong stared at this scene, almost dumbfounded, a chill rising from the bottom of her heart. How is this possible? What should she do? What should she do now? Chang Yu was even more panic-stricken. She was not unaware of what her mother had done. This old lady would surely tattle now. Was she, a spoiled princess, about to be kicked out of her home after only a month? As expected, Granny Zhao's next words were, Shen Bao, call the police immediately and arrest these venomous mother-daughter duo. What? Zhao Shen was stunned for a moment. Granny Zhao tearfully accused Lin Fong of her crimes. Zhao Shen's face gradually turned cold. He never thought that the kind-hearted Lin Fong could be so malicious. Upon hearing that his granny had suffered so much recently, Zhao Zijuan rushed over to hit Lin Fong. Evil woman. You evil woman. How could you bully my granny? Lin Fong also panicked, falling to her knees with a thud, her face pale as a sheet. I really didn't, Brother Shen. Granny has falsely accused me. If you didn't, then where did these wounds come from? Ni Yang lifted Granny Zhao's quilt and rolled up her clothes. Granny Zhao's arms and back were covered in bruises. I didn't do it. I didn't. Lin Fong vehemently denied. If not you, then who? Ni Yang's tone was mild, but it carried an intimidating force. Speaking of these wounds, Granny Zhao burst into tears. She hit me. Not only did she hit me, she also starved me. I, Wang Yuehua, have lived a life of wealth and worry-free. Little did I know that in my old age, would have to endure such torment. Shen Bao, you must seek justice for me. Lin Feng stared at Ni Yang, her eyes wide with disbelief. It's you. You vile creature, trying to ruin me. You were the one who stopped me from marrying into the Shangguan family, and now you're stirring up trouble. Shut up, you wretch. Losing patience, Zhao Shen gave Lin Feng a fierce slap in the face. The slap was so hard that Lin Feng's left cheek swelled immediately. I really didn't. Brother Shen, please believe me. Lin Feng clutched at Zhao Shen's trouser leg in a pathetic manner. Dad, believe Mom. Mom is not that kind of person. Chang Yu also knelt beside Zhao Shen. The mother and daughter pleaded with Zhao Shen. It was then that Granny Zhao seemed to remember something. Not only did they abuse me, they also abused Ziqing. These days, I could always hear Ziqing crying from upstairs. It's my fault, I'm an incompetent grandmother and I couldn't protect my own granddaughter. Ziqing, my poor granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shen was stunned. Lin Feng even hit children. Shangguan Furong walked over to Zhao Ziqing, squatting down to look her in the eye. Ziqing, did she hit you? No. I didn't hit her. Lin Feng denied with all her might, threatening Zhao Ziqing with her eyes. Little beast, if she dared to talk nonsense today, Lin Feng would kill her. Zhao Ziqing took a step back. She wanted to nod, but she was afraid. What if everyone left and Lin Feng beat her again? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. It took her a great struggle to marry into a wealthy family. She didn't want to go to jail or lose everything. Get out. Zhao Shen kicked Lin Feng away angrily. Lin Feng crawled over once again. Brother Shen, give me one more chance. I know I was wrong, I really recognize my mistake. Dad, please forgive Mum this time. Chang Yu also kneeled beside Lin Feng. I'm not your father. The police arrived shortly. Lin Feng and Chang Yu were arrested for abusing the elderly and a child. With guilt written all over his face, Zhao Shen looked at old Madame Zhao. Mum, I'm sorry, I let you and Ziqing suffer. I'm the one to blame, I brought the wolf into our house. It's my fault. Zhao Shen started slapping himself as he confessed his guilt. He felt regretful. He should not have betrayed Shangguan Furong in the first place. Although Shangguan Furong was a bit domineering, she was never oppressive towards the elderly or children. She had taken very good care of old Madame Zhao when she was bedridden. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would treat the elderly this way when she took over? Every time he thought of the torment that old Madame Zhao and Zhao Ziqing went through, Zhao Shen could not forgive himself. Old Madame Zhao tearfully looked at Zhao Shen. Shen Bao, it's not entirely your fault. I am also to blame. I am suffering the consequences of my own actions. But I'm sorry for what has happened to Ziqing. The fact that Lin Feng was able to marry into the Zhao family so smoothly was also because of her. She was full of regret. During the period of being abused by Lin Feng, her thoughts often returned to Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong had been married into the Zhao family for 19 years. Although she was somewhat dominant, she never mistreated her. She even took care of her day and night whenever she fell ill. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please Please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Revealing the Truth. _5. People only learn to cherish what they have once they lose it. Old Mrs. Zhao shed tears of regret. Furong, can you forgive your mother? Mrs. Zhao looked at Shangguan Furong. Shangguan Furong replied, Mom, what's done is done. There's no point dwelling on it. But I can't let Zhao Shen take care of Ziqing anymore. If there was one Lin Fong, there could be a second Lin Fong. It's safer to raise her child herself. I want to go with Mom. Zhao Ziqing tightly held Shangguan Furong's hand. Old Mrs. Zhao sighed. At this point, she had no reason to try to keep Ziqing. She had brought this upon herself. Zhao Shen then said, I admit that I was wrong. Since Ziqing wants to go with you, just take her. He could understand Shangguan Furong's feelings. Zhao Shen then added, can you bring the children back to visit their grandmother from time to time? Of course. Shangguan Furong nodded. When leaving, Ni Yang gave Zhao Shen a prescription. Take this for a month, and old Mrs. Zhao will recover. Really? Zhao Shen asked in surprise. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. Yang, I can't thank you enough. Zhao Shen bowed deeply to Ni Yang. When Shangguan Furong and the children returned to the Shangguan residence, Zhao Zijuan and Zhao Ziqing had already fallen asleep after crying their hearts out. Even in sleep, Zhao Ziqing's brows were still tightly knitted. Downstairs. After hearing what had happened, old Mrs. Shangguan couldn't help but shed tears of sympathy. Poor children, poor children. I knew long ago that Lin Fong was no good. But Mrs. Shangguan never imagined that Lin Fong could hurt a child. Where is Lin Fong now? What is your uncle's stance? Shangguan, she asked. Shangguan Furong said, your uncle was kept in the dark about all of this. Not only did Lin Fong abuse Ziqing, but she also mistreated Ziqing's grandmother. The police have already taken them away. People like her. I wish we could tear her limb from limb. Shangguan, she said, filled with hatred. Ni Yang handed some potion to Shangguan Furong. Auntie, this potion has the effect of promoting blood circulation, reducing swelling, and removing scars. Add it to Ziqing's bathwater at night and let her soak for 15 minutes. Do this for a week, and you'll see results. All right. Shangguan Furong took the potion. Thank you for everything today, Yang. If it weren't for Ni Yang today, who knows how much more suffering Zhao Ziqing would have to endure. As a mother, every time she thought of this, she felt scared. We're family, no need to thank me. Ni Yang said softly. Shangguan Dehui, with a serious look on his face, stood to the side. Furong, don't take offense to what I'm about to say. This is all your own doing. If it weren't for Shangguan Furong's domineering and strong-willed nature, the children wouldn't have suffered like this. Shangguan Furong didn't respond because it was indeed her fault, so she wouldn't refute it. Shangguan Dehui continued, now that you've brought Ziqing back, what does the Zhao family say? After all, when they divorced, Zhao Ziqing went with Zhao Shen. Shangguan Furong replied, he didn't voice any objections. He just asked me to bring Ziqing and Zijuan back to visit often. Hearing this, old Mrs. Shangguan asked, Furong, do you really see no possibility of reconciliation with Zhao Shen? Shangguan Furong shook her head. Given how things have developed, how could there be any possibilities between her and Zhao Shen? What about the children? Old Mrs. Shangguan continued, with a stepmother, there's bound to be a stepfather. And with a stepfather, there's bound to be a stepmother. Can you guarantee the children will be treated kindly in your future marriage? Shangguan Furong paused momentarily, then said, Mom, I haven't given any thought to remarrying. But you will eventually have to consider it. Old Mrs. Shangguan continued, everyone makes mistakes. Furthermore, you both made mistakes here. Give Zhao Shen another chance, for the sake of Zijuan and Ziqing. The old lady couldn't bear to see the children suffer again. It's really hard for divorced women to find a good man. If Shangguan Furong were to meet someone unworthy, wouldn't the children have to suffer again? While Zhao Shen made mistakes, he had been good to Shangguan Furong. It was Shangguan Furong who didn't appreciate him. And, after all, Zhao Shen was their children's biological father. But I can't get over it, Shangguan Furong continued. Who says a divorced woman must remarry? I can take care of my 2 children by myself, and we can live a good life. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, Revealing the Truth. _6. For her children, she could choose not to marry. She was ready to make that sacrifice. Lady Shangguan sighed. You can give up on having a husband, but growing children cannot lack a father. You don't consider your own needs, but you should think for the sake of your 2 children at least. Shangguan Furong fell silent. Lady Shangguan continued, Zijuan is 10 years old, and Ziqing is only 8 this year. Furong, you ought to think, can you bear it? Shangguan Furong sighed deeply. Mother, stop it. There is no chance for Zhao Shen and me anymore. She could forgive every mistake. Except for infidelity. She knew she had been quite excessive in the past, but, no matter how bad she had been, she never cheated on Zhao Shen. She has met men better Zhao Shen before. Moreover, because of Zhao Shen's affair, Ziqing suffers so much. Noticing the increasingly tense atmosphere, Nai Tsuhua tactfully intervened. I washed some grapes and strawberries. Mom, Furong, you both should eat more. The grave conversation was skillfully switched. 3 days later, the police reported that Lin Fong was sentenced to 3 years for abusing the elderly and a child. Chang Yu, as an accomplice, received a 1-year sentence. Upon hearing this news, Shangguan Furong sighed in relief. After a 3-year jail sentence and having a criminal record, Lin Fong would be less trouble when she gets out. The potion that Ni Yen gave worked wonders. Within 3 days, Zhao Ziqing had recovered a lot, her complexion improved, but she occasionally cried in her sleep, begging Lin Fong not to hit her. The weather was good today, as the snow under the sunshine started to slowly melt. In the air, one could smell the crisp scent of melting snow. Ni Yen went to the Zhao family to give Mrs. Zhao a checkup. Mrs. Zhao, with her upper body now capable of moving, was effusively thankful to Ni Yen. Ni Yen gave her hope. However, the person she should be thanking even more is Shangguan Furong. Without Shangguan Furong's persuasion, Zhao Shen would have not thought to seek Ni Yen's help. Yang Yang, could I ask you for a favor? Mrs. Zhao hesitated before asking. Speak your mind. Ni Yen's radiant face remained the same, as the sunlight shone through the window, casting a soft halo onto her. Until then, Mrs. Zhao had never seen such a beautiful young girl. Mrs. Zhao went on, I know the Zhao family did many unjust things in the past. I can apologize, and I regret. Can you go back and ask Furong if she can give Zhao Shen another chance? Ni Yen, with an apologetic expression, said, I'm sorry, Mrs. Zhao, it may be inappropriate for me, as the younger generation, to intervene in elders' affairs. The right and wrong of the situation were clear, Shangguan Furong and Zhao Shen each responsible for half. But in Ni Yan's eyes, infidelity is something unforgivable.